Okay, we will open today's council meeting, everyone. Thank you. It's now 1 o'clock. We'll begin with a karakia. Tue ki runga, tue ki raro, tue ki waho, tue ki roto, tue ki te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te au, omie, huie, taiaki. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, welcome along everyone, and to Pierre and anyone else who's joined us in the gallery today, to staff, to all councillors. Great to have you here. We are being live streamed on our YouTube channel as usual as well. So welcome to anyone that's joined us out there in YouTube land. And just a quick note as well, if any councillors want a hard copy of the annual report, it's here to be picked up at some stage as well. We will move into the apologies. Have we got any apologies? No, I don't think so. So we've got Elliot Weir for lateness, I think. Oh, that might be, I'm not sure about lateness anyway. I can move that. Somebody wants to second that. Seconded. Councillor Forbes, all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thank you. Pierre, public forum. We just have Pierre today, so welcome along. Representing Extinction Rebellion, and we'll just take a minute for you to be able to pass around supporting materials.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Today we're going to talk about something that managed to shock me. This graph in front of you represents the temperature increase since 1940. Obviously, temperatures have increased steadily every year. If you look right on top, you can see the temperatures this year.
Sorry, failed in my duty. Reading it with the constant.
Right on top, you can see the temperatures this year. And you can notice that there is an acceleration in the warming for the last 6 months. So last month, I was at a public speech from Dr. Greg Bodecker. If you don't know Greg Bodecker, he's a climate scientist living in Alexandra. He does share a Nobel Prize for his work on climate science. So he kind of knows what he's talking about. He explained to the audience why this graph is terrifying. It is terrifying because the current models do not explain how it is possible to have seen such a sharp rise in temperatures this year. When a Nobel Prize tells you that it doesn't understand how this is possible, we should all take notice. If that trend continues, what it means is that the models have missed something, or that we've passed some kind of tipping point. But it means that we're in trouble. So last month, we were invited to give some input on the long-term plan, and we thank you for that. Our main input was that we need to take matter into our own hands. Nobody will solve the climate crisis for us. If we want to have a chance to change this trend, we all need to make it a priority to reduce our personal emissions. And you as councillors need to make a priority to reduce the emissions in our region. We don't have time anymore to wait for top-down solutions that haven't been coming in 40 years. With New Year coming, we're hoping that your New Year resolution might be to make it a priority to decarbonize your life and to decarbonize our region. Also, with Christmas coming, we hope that you will spend Christmas with your loved ones. Hopefully you won't buy too many stuff that will end up in the landfill, and instead you will share some experience with your family and loved ones. You will create some memories. And that will be important because if this trend continues, and I don't really see any reason why it wouldn't, November numbers, they're not out yet, but they will be bad. The 17th of November, on the 17th of November, we breached 2 degrees for the first time. So the months will not be good. And if this trend continues, next year will be catastrophic. I hope you all understand the significance of this graph. If we do not change this trend, the world will remember 2023 as a tipping point, where the warming has accelerated. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Are there any questions? Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Pierre. Well, I'm not sure if I should thank you, but my apologies, but yeah, you're snapping us, I suspect, into reality. So thank you for that. Can you look the vertical axis? Can you just talk me through that there, please? The
Yes.
temperature anomaly, and we've got a reference of 0, 1.2. Yeah,
it is a little bit confusing. This month, I think the global temperature is 15.9 or 0.6 degree, and it would have been easier to have the vertical axis using that reference. But basically, it is comparing the temperature from 1940 to today compared to the average temperature between 1991 and 2020. So 0 would be the average temperature between 1991 and 2020. Everything under in 1940, it was colder than in the average temperature in the last 30 years. And these last years, the temperature has increased compared to the average of the last 30 years. That's how the axis works.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes, certainly things are happening, Pierre, but why didn't we go, why do you only start at 1940 when we had the heat waves of the 1930s that decimated, certainly decimated the Midwest?
Well, it's interesting because somebody brought up the same point at Dr. Greg Bodeker's speech. And I don't know anything personally about the heat waves in the 1930s. But my understanding from the conversation that happened there is that these heat waves have not been nearly as bad as the heat waves that are happening today. And the average temperature in these days were lower than the average temperatures these days, which actually NIWA, I think last year, or we were the warmest year on record in New Zealand, specifically for New Zealand quite recently. So my only advice would be, you can of course contact Dr. Greg Bodeker. He's got a company that you can ask questions to, but simply go to NIWA. NIWA has all the records and look for yourself. I'm sure that there have been heat waves at that period, even though I don't know anything about them, but compare the temperatures that were reached in the 2030s compared to the temperature today, and I can guarantee you that the average temperature today is warmer, unless NIWA is completely wrong, but I doubt that. It's not rocket science, you know. This is, like these temperatures, it's not a model. It is just measured data using thermometers and just writing down the results and adding them up.
Okay, any other questions? No, I don't think so. Thank you so much, Pierre, for coming along to this public forum. There's a council meeting next week as well, so I'm not sure.
I will skip this one and let everybody let the speech sink in, but I will be back next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy festive season. Okay, I just need to note that previously Elliot Weir did lodge an apology for being at the Young Elected Members conference in Northland this week. So it's not an apology for lateness, it's an apology full stop. So we'll just correct that one. Right, so next up, confirmation of the agenda. There's no changes, I don't think. So we can, someone would like to confirm that. Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Somerville. All in favour, aye. Against, carried. Declarations of interest, just a reminder there. Raise that either now or at the time, if any come up. Confirmation of the minutes from the 22nd of November are there to be confirmed as true and accurate. Does somebody want to do that? Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor Wilson.
Madam Chair,
Yep, oh, okay.
I just spot, the vote on, sorry, should have
No
the.
worries. Yeah, let's take your time.
2.4, Regional Climate Strategy Working Group. I noted that Councillor Malcolm wasn't included in the group that abstained.
What one is it? Sorry,
So if you-
again.
So if you go to page 8,
Yeah, page 8.
Oh,
So there
yeah.
was, so the 4 that were subject of the motion or abstained, and these not recorded. So we can make that amendment.
so we just need him to
sorry.
include Councillor Malcolm. He was certainly at the meeting.
Yeah, so Councillor Malcolm pushed his chair back and didn't actually say abstain.
Whatever you did, abstained.
Wasn't
He didn't take
present
part.
to vote. Didn't take part in voting. Yeah.
Chris
Okay.
Elliott
He was
will
certainly
vote
here.
himself.
Thank you, Amanda. That's helpful. Okay, sorry, I've got a mover and a seconder then. No other points to raise. I'll put it all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Actions. The first page, I think, are all underway or done. Then we're into feasibility of off-peak public transport being free, which is still in progress. I understand we've got some stuff happening there.
Yeah, well, we're considering, there's potential fee structures for consultation through the long-term plan, so it will be wrapped up within that overall piece of work,
Yep,
rather than a standalone piece.
yep.
And then the balance, the internal audit, we discussed at Audit and Risk this morning, which will be undertaken in early 2024, just due to workload with external reviews at the moment.
Yep,
And those other 2 relate to the dam policy work, which is progressing.
okay. So we can probably update that date then for the internal audit, early 2024 sometime. Yeah, and otherwise, are there any questions on actions? No? Okay. Matters for consideration then. We're on to our first one, which is South Dunedin future risk and adaptation approaches. Welcome to Jonathan Rowe, Dr. Palmer and Anita Dorr. So yeah, that's a pretty comprehensive report here, which builds on a number of months of work we've been doing together with the DCC. It's great to have you along here today, Jonathan. This involves us noting risk assessment work, noting adaptation approach, the work and the material, potentially endorsing the long list of generic adaptation approaches for community engagement, noting the next stage of risk assessment work stream, and the important bit around seeking community input into the identification and confirmation of relevant risks for South Dunedin. And notes the next step is engaging on that long list. So that's what we're all about today, that really important bit where we've looked at risk, we're looking at a long list, and we're thinking about engaging with our community, which is a really important thing that we need to do as local government, and doing that in a joined up approach between the ORC and the DCC. We would also potentially approve the South Dunedin Future Program team undertaking that engagement. So there's a number of recommendations there. And Brian, I took your point on a little bit of a summary of what we're doing today. And yeah, if there's anything that you would like to touch on with us, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of brief comments. I guess this is the bit that we've wanted to be for some time. So it's really exciting to have these technical reports. They are the first stages in the risk and adaptation approach work streams. There's a lot more work to do, but it's great to be here. And what it does is enable us to shift that focus from the past to the future, move from conversations that have primarily been focused on problems to ones that are focused on solutions, and then kind of shift, really build the momentum for the program. So it's a really good milestone to be at, and we're really pleased to be where we are.
That's great, thank you. And like there in the summary, the program vision is a safer and better South Dunedin, where sustainable urban regeneration leads to improved community resilience and wellbeing. So that's what we're all about. So yeah, it's really good to be at this point. Are there any questions from councillors? Yep, Councillor Laws.
Believe it or not, I read this report and there's a lot of words. And if I was sitting in South Dunedin, likely to be affected by the plans and programs and mission statements and things like that, I'd actually want it to be known, when does the rubber hit the road? When am I actually going to be given a list of things that I can have some sort of feedback into, options and things like that, and some sort of realistic timescale? The concerns of many will be that their houses will depreciate and that they'll be losing value, as I talk to you now, as a consequence of living in an area that may or may not exist in 10, 20, 30 years' time. So there are real potential losses of real income in the short term as a consequence of delay in the answer to those questions in the medium to long. So when will those householders actually know this is what the DCCORC are thinking? This is the time schedule that we'll be following. These are the decisions that we've made that will affect you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I guess in a high level sense, it's one of the attachments to the
No, I read
paper,
that.
which is this. So the first conversation around that will be subject to council approval. Early in the new year, we'll go out and discuss this long list to start to frame up what those options might look like, get a read from the community about what they think about that. And then progressively over the next 2 years, we've got these cycles of community engagement, drawing all that back in through technical work to refine them, add spatial dimensions. So, which options in what areas to manage which risks. And there's an iterative process there where by the end of 2026 or in 2026, we would expect to have that sort of mapped out in an overall plan for South Dunedin. There is, in terms of rubber hitting the road, the benefit of doing an iterative process is that each stage of this will get a clearer sense about what the direction is and what the options are, and that will start to, or can start to inform infrastructure planning decisions, the Three Waters renewals, for example, roading decisions. It'll start to inform the private sector in terms of where they decide to do development or pull back. So I think this is live. I don't think we're waiting for anything. I think it's just that as we move through the next 2 years, we'll get an increasingly clearer picture of what that's going to look like. And then, of course, it has to move through the system. So what we produce in this program will inform conversations about changes to the district plan. What that looks like, we don't know yet. And there are broader processes for doing that. But I think that's the kind of time.
So you're saying that by the end of 2026, if I'm living in Surrey Street, say, I will know that the intent is for maybe the DCC, the ORC, the government, whatever, to potentially purchase properties around here and mitigation potentially of future flood works or pooling of waters or whatever it might be.
I think so, yeah. On the basis of the current timeframe, yeah.
And then I'll know that in 2026, but then it'll be sometime after that these particular events may or may not occur.
That it might be rolled out, yes. And as I say, you wouldn't need to wait till 2026. In mid next year, we're subject to approvals. we would intend to come out with a more refined long list that has a spatial dimension. So if you were in Surrey Street, you would have a sense mid-2024 which options in this list in front of you might be on the table for your particular area. Though the kind of key message there is that there's unlikely to be a particular solution or approach for a particular area. It's likely to be a combination of different things over different times. So it's kind of how do you get that balance right? And
You also have a proposal that's gone to Treasury, as I understand it. What is the status of that proposal now?
we are still waiting for a response from Treasury. Obviously, there's a general election that was in between, which has delayed it. There are, I understand the Mayor has written to some of the incoming ministers and flagged that we've got this proposal in play. It was commented on yesterday in the DCC council meetings as well. So it's something we're looking to follow up, but there's also, I guess, a case of letting the new government settle in and getting a sense of what their priority is going to be.
Given that they have indicated that they're going to be cutting government spending over the next 3 years, then I'm interested in, is there a plan B, or is this an adjunct to? So in other words, DCC, is it critical for the forward formation of this plan or structure that government money or Treasury involvement comes in early?
I think the expectation is that the changes that are likely required are probably beyond the scope of councils to resource themselves and for ratepayers to resource themselves. So at some stage there needs to be a conversation around, a central government contribution that obviously would impact on the scale and ambition of what we could look to implement. There are that particular proposal or business case you're referring to is premised on the understanding that all of the 16 approaches that are listed in here in some way, shape or form involve land use change. And because South Dunedin is 97% privately owned, there needs to be, it's to enable that land use change, whatever it might be, you're going to require some sort of land transaction at some point. And the steer we've had amongst a lot of our sort of community engagement is that people want to stay. They're scared about being red stickered or red zoned, and they want a plan and they want some certainty. So what that proposal was sort of scoped up on the basis of how would you enable land use change yet to be determined in a voluntary way, in a way that's predictable, in a way that has a kind of minimal impact on the community and council budgets and other things. And that's sort of scoped on, well, if you use the open market and just said, okay, if and when people decide to sell their properties, we're an interested buyer. And if there's a particular area that's identified through the program as being high risk, or maybe not high risk now, but it will be in 40 or 50 years, you could progressively pick up properties over time. In the interim, when you've got them, you could derive some sort of revenue source from that might offset your costs of rental. And over time, that might actually net off some of your cost. So that if you do come at a later stage to retreat, for example, from a particular area, that's a different conversation because a lot of the property, or maybe all the property, is council property. You're not red stickering or red zoning anyone. And you may have been able to offset some of your costs. When you compare it to, say, a post-Cyclone Gabriel example, where the taxpayer and ratepayer is buying properties that have got silt up to their gutters and are essentially worth nothing. So if you kind of look at it, if you could get in early before you've got the disaster, maybe you can recoup some of the costs and actually minimise that kind of impact on that sudden impact or severe impact on the community and on the council books.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Great reports, thank you, and really, really interesting. I just wonder, when I look at the long list of opportunities, and I think sometimes we get in this trap of thinking we're starting a process when in many years we've been doing protection for years in this area especially, and in any area we've done flood protection works. And when I see you adding, I'm sorry, it's not your report, I appreciate it's where there's some things like in here protect, the ones like coastal protection we've already done and would be enhancing, potentially, and some that I thought were more accommodating, like allowing for floodable infrastructure, for example, right, which is not protecting, it's really just accommodating the water in a different way. And it was interesting how they put this together has generalized that, because I suppose as we do go through the steps of PARA, we keep on almost thinking we're just at the start. And unless we start saying that we're actually in that accommodate area and possibly looking further to the retreating area, we're not going through the process. Does that make sense? So I was just quite surprised so many of these are put under protect, because I think we're well past protect.
The PARA model is not a sequential thing, so it doesn't go.
Not necessarily. Yeah.
No, so any of those four things can be done in any order and in any combination. So I just.
Oh yeah, no.
From your question that you might have thought it was a sequential thing, always starting with the P and going through. But
yeah,
it's not.
No, that's very cool. I appreciate that turn off and turn.
Yes.
I mean, the things that you can do together.
Yes.
But I suppose I thought a lot of this wasn't about protection.
Mm.
And you're right. I was saying it's sequentially it's the wrong model, but it's about. Yeah.
It's trying to get enough under each of the four categories to have that conversation with the community about preferences and pathways. Yeah. And we think we hope we've got a long list for that.
And this is going to, again, probably because I'm looking at sequential, if I may. What it doesn't show is what we've already done in the past, and that we're on that journey to adaptation, wherever that journey is. And even if we're just lifting up on what we've already done, or extending what we've done, or adding.
Is that a question? Yeah. Are we considering what we've done in the past as part of this?
Well, yeah.
Or where we're at? We probably are. So.
Yeah. One of probably the best example of that is that the fact sheet that talks about land grading, so raising the land. Yeah. There's a section that says essentially all of South Dunedin went through this 150 years ago, where the whole flat was raised effectively by a metre or so. And we've been relying on that. That's been the primary sort of support of that area for a century and a half. So that there is always going to be a need to accommodate hazards, to protect against them, irrespective of where we are in that process. And I guess it's to Dr. Palmer's point, that's not necessarily sequential, and we'll need to be doing a little bit of everything all the time, both now, in the past, and in the future. And this is this tricky thing where there's no kind of silver bullet for this stuff. We'll constantly be needing to rebalance that, assess the projections around the climate, and sea level rise will change, and we'll have to move faster and slower. So it's just going to be constantly calibrating that.
I'm sorry if I may. I think, and it's not I'm trying to work out how adaptable you can use this stuff, because we're going to have to be starting at some points potentially with other projects right at the start where there hasn't been any stuff before. And I'm just wondering how adaptable some of this messaging is, because it would be terrible to have to reinvent it all every time, although the issues will be different.
Yes, adaptation is highly localised, right? The issues in South D are going to be different from in Clyde or wherever else. It's just a need to sort of take a slightly bespoke place. There are lots of lessons that we will learn and have learned here that we can apply elsewhere. I guess to the previous point around the PARA, if, for example, in subsequent stages of the program, there was an area of South Dunedin that was identified as being so high risk that the decision was made to retreat from that, it might be that we then say, but in the interim, we need to implement certain protection measures, both to sort of extend the time frame that we've got and to enable a retreat. It might be that we need to do some accommodation options as well, and some avoidance in terms of really turning the screws on sort of planning constraints or development constraints, so we don't make it any worse. So it's just an example where you need to probably pull all levers at the same time.
That's really great stuff.
Councillor Neetham.
Jonathan, once again, this is an impressive body of work, and it's been good to be able to attend the consultation, public consultation. I felt they've been really well handled as well. The question I have is in regard to we're currently in a long-term plan process at the moment. So we're putting together a plan that stretches out 10 years, and I would imagine that the City Council will as well. You mentioned that picking up properties is a strategy that you've got in here. Have you got to the point with this this document that you've got here, where it can actually inform us now in terms of our long-term plan, and I guess that what I guess we'd like you to say, this is what we want you to do. You should start picking up properties in South Dunedin, and then we can look at that as part of our long-term plan and start planning for that. If it's not ready now, when will that be ready to inform us?
In terms of the sequencing with the current LTP cycle, this work is in the early stages. So I would imagine that the next cycle, in 3 years' time, we would have a final sort of program, and that one we would be able to be much more prescriptive in our advice on what we should and shouldn't do. This early stage, I guess, is signalling, and as I say, it's iterative. So this might be a kind of 20% indication of what we should be doing. The next round will be 40%, 60 and 80. Eventually in 2026, you get that this is what we think. So yeah, there's not quite enough probably at this time to materially impact this LTP cycle.
Any other questions? Councillor Scott?
Cole, yeah, we're certainly at an exciting stage. Thank you for your work. I see on page 29, or at 29, you outline two options. One, a recommended option in terms of the EF program. And I think the second option allows for some council changed iteration. Or do you have any comment on that, or what the backgrounds are they? I see it's not necessarily referred to in the recommendations.
I guess it's a case of always the option's always open for councillors to choose alternative paths. So this is our advice. My recommendation is that we proceed. There are elements of the work that we need to sort of develop further in subsequent stages, and I guess that's the benefit of the iterative nature of the program, is that anything that we haven't quite covered off now, we can cover off in subsequent stages. We have made a sort of public and actually commitment to councillors that we would get this work up to you by the end of the year. It's obviously your prerogative to decide whether that moves forward at this point in time. But my recommendation is absolutely that I think it's ready to go.
Cool. And a subsequent question. So Councillor Laws, referred to central government, and then there's the ORC, and then there's the TA, the DCC. So what are your expectations of those governance entities? Is it basically the process we've got here for us to sit and listen? Or, for the next 3 years, it's going to be an intensive time. Do you have any comment in relation to that in terms of the governance involvement of those three entities?
Yes, the documented attachment one, the timeline, we've identified it on there in the bottom row, those touch points where councils get to make decisions.
That's on page 33, isn't it?
That's correct. At the bottom of page 33, there's a row along the bottom there identified with councils.
Okay, so that the program plan, the strategy update, and to sign those off, yeah?
Yes, and we're at that second column. You can see above it that the 3 reports that are attached, technical reports attached to your council report, are identified in the work streams above. So that's where we are. And so as you can see going forward, there are a number of points in time where councils will be making decisions before we move to the next step.
Cool. And should there be another role of central government there? I mean, they are a key stakeholder, potentially.
I would be very pleased if the next time I'm in front of you, there's another row that has central government.
Well, I think we're saying we can't do it without them.
Correct.
So the road needs to go in there now.
Yeah, well, if I had anything to populate it with, it would be there. And hopefully in 6 months' time, we'll have that content.
Cool. And it's great to see these connection points. Thank you for your work.
Thanks. Jonathan, so we're getting step by step further down this process. A villa owner sitting in the middle of South Dunedin at the moment lodges a resource consent to DCC next week to subdivide, tear down their house and subdivide their property into 2 units? What happens?
That application is considered under the current planning rules and building requirements, and a consent approval will be made on the basis of that. There's obviously those assessing that, making those judgments, will have a look at all available information. So this is, subject to the approval today. This is public and available, and I would expect that to inform those decisions. We are already in a situation where different parts of the DCC system will approach South Dunedin Future Team for comment on development in South Dunedin. Generally, our response is we don't have enough yet to be able to give you a sort of concrete answer, yes or no, but we expect to have, for example, spatial information by mid next year. So we are in a bit of a space where we have to say, look, you make those judgments, here's the information on which you can form it. But at the same time, the same information's in the public domain, so the individuals doing that development themselves do need to be looking at it, having a think about what that means for their investment now and in the future.
So does it highlight that the sooner we get to a position where some sort of regulatory influence is actually available to those applications, then the sooner we are actually progressing? Like, otherwise the people are left in a relative state of limbo where they could lodge these applications and be proceeding with whatever development they choose, if they have the resources and whatever to do it. But we are in a process that is gathering more and more information towards something different.
Ultimately, the program is about giving a sense of direction and a trajectory and some certainty, right? Some people, that will be welcome news, others probably will be unwelcome news. But the intention of the program is to inform all the other kind of arms of the council that make those calls, whether that's 3 Waters investment planning, whether that's roading, maintenance and investment, or whether that's private individuals thinking about doing a reno of a bedroom or kitchen, or a developer wanting to put up townhouses.
If I can just say that I guess there's some peculiarities. So Jonathan's right, the district plan is the district plan. What it says is what it says. And until it's changed, that's what you can do. There are 2 things. One is that there's an existing use right provision in the RMA. So someone can have the right to establish and re-establish their same or similar. And then only regional councils have the ability to extinguish land use rights. So we are the only ones that can extinguish those existing use rights. So there's a layer of complexity that sits across any future. And I'm not saying we're doing that, but if there comes a point where we need to narrow down and enhance that land use change, then the regional council has the tool to do that, not the district council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, so under option 1, you've got the advantages and disadvantages. So probably a couple of questions around the disadvantages, and you're assessing your degree of comfort with that. And that basically the first disadvantage is if we go now, we haven't necessarily got all the information or all the options, but are you comfortable that by taking the approach you're taking, we can adjust for those as meaningful ones come about?
Absolutely, and that's the benefit. I mean, one of the things we're asking for council approval of today is to go out and talk to the community, do an engagement. If that's genuine, then we need to be open to the idea that we'll get new ideas or that will change what we're doing. So that's built into the structure of the program.
Yeah, and the second part is the second part of your disadvantages is exactly that. Some people saying to you that you're moving too fast, but you're comfortable that the consultation process will open it up to modifications, the speed of things, and that as we go through if necessary.
Absolutely, we get the full spectrum. We will always have some people that something out, that's the first time they engage with this group. Others are saying, we're talking, just get on with it. Yeah. So what we're trying to do is have the information available, so if and when you do engage with this for the first time, you can quickly get up to speed. At the same time, we kind of, momentum matters. So I think you've got to keep moving it forward as well.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Any further questions? Doesn't seem to be. We've got a number of recommendations there, 13 of them, in fact. So Councillor Wilson's happy to move all of those. Somebody care to second that? Councillor Malcolm. Right, would you like to speak to that, Councillor Wilson?
I'm just going to, I will, and thank you for the last words that you said, because I think that's the nub of it. Momentum matters. And if I reflect on the last couple of years work on this, we actually got some traction in doing something. I think Pierre from the Public Forum would wish we were moving as fast on climate change generally. And I wish we were too. Thank you, Jonathan, and all the team for the great work on this. It's really good to see stuff happening, and it's going to be a long journey. It has been a long journey so far, and it will be, but it is really important that we keep the momentum up to ensure that we and the residents of that area have the best opportunity to change as best they can. Thank you.
So just a question, I just can't quite work out how option one that we're probably recommending fits into those recommendations at the start. And have I missed that? I may have missed that because there's been a few words in here, Jonathan. My apologies.
I think it's in the last one, Madam Chair, from memory.
Yeah, I think it was.
I've read it.
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Sorry, Commissioner. So
Yeah.
the key recommendations, I think, are 10 and 13, which endorses the long list and approves the program to undertake engagement. So that those are the key of the 13 that we really, and that reflects option one, which is let's keep moving.
Good as gold, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to speak?
Look, that's South Dunedin is a hugely important part of Otago, really, and the work you're doing. Yeah, we're actually heading down the harbour at the moment. We've got to keep heading down that harbour. If need be, we'll ring up the harbour board, or not the harbour board, Otago, and we'll get a tug in and we'll just tap it whichever way we can. But it's very important for people to know that we're heading in a direction that's to the benefit of everyone long term, and that we're working on solutions so they understand where they're going. So well done, keep it steaming ahead.
Anybody else like to speak? Councillor Sunwell.
Yeah, thank you. Look, this is clearly very important for the South Dunedin community, and great to see where we're at. I think it's also really important as providing such a good model for community involvement and engagement and decision making, and combining the community views with all the scientific and technical background that's in there. And I think that's going to be a very important model for all sorts of other places around the country. So thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Councillor McCall.
Well, I'd just like to say it's been a great process. It's been really inspiring seeing it develop to this stage. And I'm really impressed that we're having a proactive stance towards actually, not just kicking the can, actually getting out there and doing stuff. So well done, and I think we just need to stay true to the process.
Thank you. I just wanted to say as well that picking up on the point earlier that South Dunedin's a really important part of urban Dunedin, with 10% of the population living in that area. It's an area that has dynamically I suppose, evolved over many decades. It started off as a wetland, and we've been doing a lot of urban planning and development over the years. That's got us to the place in history where we are today. We're going to obviously evolve and get to other places in history as we move forward, and we need to do that with our communities. We're local government, that's what we do. 10% of our population, that's really significant. So taking the time to have those conversations, to look at what those adaptation approaches might be, that's really important. That time frame's there, and it does move at quite a pace as well. So really encourage people to get involved in coming along and making their thoughts known. And yeah, really this is about regeneration and making sure that South Dunedin is a safer and better place into the future, that we're gaining rather than losing. So that's the type of thing that we need to discuss. And yeah, really keen to have people coming along and making sure that they get involved. So thanks very much to everyone. I think everyone said what they want to, except I can see Councillor Callagher here wants to say something. Thanks.
Yeah, I just to add that, look, it's good work and we're advancing. The more good work we put in place, the more uncertainty we create for those people that are really becoming more and more stuck there. Because they are becoming more and more limited until they have absolute certainty around what the regulatory framework will be, what will be their future. So we are showing an ongoing commitment to the risks and concerns of the area. And we have to now advance this as quickly as possible to get to that certainty for those people. So if they want to make choices about moving, if they want to stay there, if they want to do things, whatever they choose to do, they are in a limbo at the moment. And at the moment, they can lodge resource consents and not actually be pushed back from council because there is potential looming change. They can still advance that. And I think now we're showing a commitment that we wish to keep proceeding in this process. The sooner we get to some sort of formality with it, the better.
Councillor Laws.
I just wanted to, sorry, Bill. I just wanted to sound a note of caution. It's nothing to do with you or any of the work that's been done. But we are in a totally different political environment than we were 3 months ago. And if we are dependent upon progressing this particular plan on central government help, we better start developing a plan B real quick. And that's what I'd say to you. I think it's heroic to assume that the level of government assistance for South Dunedin will be as great as it might have been prior to the election for a number of reasons: financial, political, social, cultural, but particularly the first two. And Councillor Keller has just raised the issue about certainty. Well, where's the certainty if the government says, sorry, not in the next 3 years, Port, we can't afford it? So I guess I'm just signalling that we might need a plan B, and we might need it a lot quicker than we thought. And I would be foolish to move forward without thinking that that isn't going to be an issue for us.
Councillor Scott, then we'll go to right of reply.
Yeah, just following on from, Councillor Law's comment, the elections happen and so forth. But I think what the presentation said and what the report says is that actually central government is a key stakeholder. Now, if the current government decides that it doesn't want to be, then maybe it'll be other governments or future governments. This is a long-term project. This isn't, there's some really important work happening over the next 3 years, but this is like a 50-year project. It probably just keeps going, so I don't think we should necessarily get put off too much. We need to retain our vision and go for it. In relation to Councillor Keller's point, I agree with what Gary's saying. And I think what the report says is that over the next 3 years, there's going to be a lot happening, and I suspect we as the council are supporting them to do things as quickly and diligently as they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to reply? No. Okay. We've got them all together then as recommendations. I'll put that all in favour. Aye. Against. Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks, everyone else. Okay, so the next one is the feedback received during the community engagement on the draft land and water regional plan. Amber, and Tom, by the looks of it, as well as Anita.
I'm just going to start this one off, so, which is not directly related to the paper, but is related to the land and water plan. So at the last public workshop, we just covered off some decisions from the Office of the Auditor General around conflict of interest for this plan. And given our public workshops are a new thing and potentially don't have the same uptake as a council meeting, I just wanted to repeat those comments at the start of a public council meeting and ahead of a land and water plan paper, just so we can make it clear about those decisions that have been reached on conflicts of interest. So I will just read that if everyone's happy to bear with me. So in advance of reaching the time for discussion on individual rules and policies and decision making related to the land and water regional plan, councillors with potential financial interest in the plan's outcome have been engaged in a process with the Office of the Auditor General to manage those interests with a view to being able to participate in the planning process. So the Office of the Auditor General has made its decisions on the 15th of November, and these have been communicated to the individual councillors. The Auditor General has put out a guidance note which is available on their website. So today I'm just going to comment briefly on the outcomes for those individual councillors for the benefit of the public that may be watching. And councillor specific interest, the public declaration of interest register is available on ORC's website. So for Councillor Callagher, has been granted an exemption to participate in discussion and voting on the new plan other than matters that are specific to the Manahira Kia Rohi in the Clutha Matao FMU. And just a note that Councillor Keller did not apply for an exemption or declaration in relation to the Manahira Kia and will continue to manage his interests as he has been to date. Councillor Lloyd McCall has been granted a declaration to participate in discussions and voting on the new plan, including matters that are specific to planning for the Lower Clutha Rohi and Clutha Matao FMU. Councillor Kate Wilson has been granted a declaration to participate in discussion and voting on the new plan, including on matters that are specific to the Taiari FMU. And Councillor Andrew Noon has been granted a declaration to participate in discussion and voting on the new plan, including on matters specific to the Dunedin Coast FMU. So just a thank you from me to the councillors involved for taking the time to engage with CARE in this process. It was a lot of work, but it was an important part of this process ahead of decision making. And also just a thanks to our legal counsel in this instance, Alistair Logan, who assisted us with this process, and also a thank you from me, and I know the councillors involved, to Amanda, who managed this process for us from a staff perspective, and just thanking the Office of the Auditor General, who have helped us navigate this and provided us some really good support to reach this outcome.
Thank you. Just thanks from me to all my colleagues as well. I know each and every one of us considered conflicts of interest. And yeah, it's great to have had this finding, and also a note from the Office of the Auditor General that perhaps other councils could consider this approach as a very effective one. So great to know that we were on the right track from their perspective as well. So thank you very much. And on to this paper now. So yeah, I'm not sure whether we need to introduce this one too much. It is a noting report, and it summarises, I guess, all of the themes of the feedback, rather than individually noting every single feedback that we've received, although as councillors we have seen those. Okay, so did you want to introduce this one at all?
Yes, Councillor Robertson. I'll just run over a few matters to highlight this paper. So the third and final round of community engagement on the Land and Water Regional Plan concluded on the 6th of November. Written feedback on the draft provisions were received from approximately 570 individuals or organisations. And this paper summarises 3 types of feedback received, being first from the survey online responses, secondly the feedback we received in conversation during the drop-in sessions or the online sessions, and thirdly we received a lot of feedback via email. So this paper captures the themes or issues that were either significant or recurring and related directly to the draft provisions. A number of matters were raised in the feedback which were out of scope for this paper. For example, comments about the consultation process and approach, implementation matters, non-regulatory actions or other ORC functions. These have not been included in this paper, but we are working through these and will ensure that the relevant areas of council receive these pieces of feedback. In some cases, the feedback we received has required us to rethink our approach. We have brought these matters to the councillors during the 2 ESP committee workshops held in November. There will be a comprehensive full-day briefing of councillors and iwi representatives on the ESP committee on the updated provisions next week on the 14th of December. And as highlighted in the paper and the attached web traffic report, farmers were the largest group of respondents, representing 30% of the feedback received. Primary production, consisting of farming and forestry activities, received the most feedback, followed by water quantity provisions and activities in the beds of lakes and rivers. The areas which received the most feedback were Manuherikia Rohe and the Taieri FMU. And finally, on a positive note, the web traffic report also shows significantly higher levels of engagement with the online information than was recorded in the previous engagement, which was held last year in 2022.
If I could just add one point. So when someone lodges a submission on a resource consent or a plan, that's public information. This was not submissions, these were feedback, so they're not public information. There was no request from those people to waive their privacy rights. So that's why you're not getting in this forum the full version of the summary, but you do of the feedback, but you do have access to that confidentially. They're not submissions, they are feedback.
Councillor Mel, we're on to questions. Yep.
Just a question to that. So would that be, so all that information, could someone from the public record it?
Yeah, but we would be able to withhold some aspects of it under.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Scott.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for your report, and thank you, staff, for all the feedback processes. So we've had feedback from 570 individuals or organisations. You pointed out how they were broken down. You've talked about the percentage of the farming community, just looking at the graph, the Manuherikia, this type of thing. So my question really is a general question for planning staff, is there'll be lots of feedback in certain areas and from certain sectors, and they won't necessarily be, like if you break down the population, I think from memory, like urban Dunedin, it was down at 2% in terms of feedback, whereas its population is probably 50%. Now, you could say that's their fault, not actually getting into this process, but nevertheless, they will still have views and an interest. So how do we balance that feedback in terms of formulating this plan? That might be.
Yeah, so through the chair, it's not actually a numbers game. So it's about the quality of the feedback and the ability for the team to have viable alternatives. So sometimes you can get that through one piece of feedback and sometimes you get it repeated. So this was just an opportunity for people to share ideas. We had people, I personally had someone in North Otago that had some really useful feedback around the urban discharges. So they weren't necessarily at the Dunedin and central and city sort of based FMU to get the feedback.
Cool. So it's about the quality, not the quantity. But what about the specific issue of Dunedin and Coast only providing 2%? So the reality is that they haven't given any feedback at all. Is that their fault or is that our fault?
Through the chair, we always struggle, and most regional councils do, with engaging our urban communities, and that's an active consideration for us. But again, it doesn't necessarily mean just because they didn't turn up to the Dunedin and Coast FMU doesn't mean we didn't hear their voice. They could have turned up elsewhere. They could have been online. They could have emailed feedback, and we didn't get good numbers at the Dunedin and Coast. But we will continue to work with comms in terms of how we strengthen our approach, and we did. In fact, we had a really good plan for Dunedin and Coast in the round 2 consultation that was impacted by COVID. We had a pop-up stand in the mall and we had sessions in the university, and it all got scuttled. So we do have opportunities to look at doing things differently.
Cool. And the final one, Madam Chair, if I may. So you've got all this feedback, and any comment in terms of how it is actually influenced on the ground, this plan?
I haven't read it all, and I'm not going to answer that, but these guys have read it all, and so they'll be far better placed than I to.
I know that's a difficult question because you've broken it down, but I'll just, like, are there any sort of takeaways?
Well, through the chair, I suppose the content in the last two Environment, Science and Policy Committee workshops have kind of indicated how some of it has been, how we expect some of it to be incorporated. The things that we haven't come to the committee with, there's a big range. So some of them, it's sort of some obvious stuff like you've spelled X, Y, Z wrong, or you've got this completely wrong. So it's kind of it's a big range. And so I guess each piece we kind of look at it and it's kind of a bit of a sense check to see, does this make sense to do or not.
What I would just add from the feedback I had dipped into is they were all really positive in their approach. So they weren't necessarily saying we don't want you to manage the issue. It was, if you're going to manage it, here's a better way to do it. And so that's, for me, that was a really positive from the engagement, as the team had some really viable alternatives or some really good justifications for a different approach because of the feedback that we got. So that was really useful, and that's the community came along and they took that opportunity up, and the plan will benefit from it.
Okay, well, that's a great takeaway. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, it's just something.
Yeah.
You got your hand
Sorry,
up there,
for
Tom.
30 minutes, Chair.
Yeah.
Just to kind of come back to the previous point about reaching those urban communities. A lot of people in the urban communities would have commented on provisions that sit in the region-wide provisions. So they would not necessarily have clicked on Dunedin and Coast or Upper Lakes.
Okay.
So it gives an indication, but there is a little bit of
okay, that's interesting. Yeah, cool.
I guess the other thing would be that this is sort of an informal feedback, and they'll have a chance at the formal submission stage as well. Anyway, we have an order here, which is Councillor Laws, Wilson, then Metham.
Right. Listen, this is the consultation process that we approved, so any inadequacies fall on us all, and particularly around the governance table. You've got options number 27. It's amused me, this paper. It is section 27. As this is a noting paper, there are no options. There are plenty of options. And can I give you one, please? I noticed that your next step is to come to the next workshop that we've got planned in the new year. I'll tell you what I would really appreciate, and I don't know if my colleagues feel the same way. You've got this feedback, excellent. It's well distilled. It's able for me to be understood. Nothing wrong with that. Looks good, nice and concise. What I'd like to know is what your response is to those bullet points prior to that workshop meeting.
So through the chair, the response to the feedback has been provided through the two workshops that you had.
No, but I want this in written. I want this, I don't want an oral presentation. I want here's the bullet points, general responses. I want a paper that comes back and says staff response. Now, here's the precedent for that, and the precedent is long-term plans. You get a submission, you write a response to that submission, you say, this is what we've noted, this is what the response is to that.
We've done that in workshops.
So there were
I haven't seen anything written at the workshops.
the information that was made available through the slides.
No. So you're saying that the slides is the answer to that? Because I've read that. I wouldn't have thought that was precise enough to meet each of these bullet points.
So through the chair,
sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just going to say there's 570 individual submissions or organisations with multiple bullet points. It will take us a considerable amount of time.
No, I'm not talking about
to do
that. I'm talking about the bullet points you've got here.
So which paragraph are you referring to?
Well, let's just
Councillor
take wetlands, shall we?
So the responses to these are
Page 209, 26. So let's just take that as an example. You've got 6 bullet points there. That's your summarised basis. What would be good to have is, so what's the response to each of those? Now, I didn't see that at the workshop, I'm sorry. The options were, here's the things on the left, here the options were usually 1, 2, 3 on the right. But I didn't see a response that said, to these, this is a summary of the bullet points, here's 6 of them, this would be our response.
We can do that.
See what I mean?
We can do that.
And there's really not a lot because you've only got roughly 6 or 7 for each of the areas, wetlands, wastewater. It'd be useful to get that back. And I'll tell you something else. It's the public, can I just say this publicly since we're in public session? This is the public. These are the distilled feedback of the people on each of those issues. We should have it on the public record that this is our response to those public submissions or the summary of them. It's the way we work in the long-term plan. I don't, and good God, I would have thought the land and water regional plan is even more important to make sure we observe that.
Through the chair,
Yeah,
that
the
one,
answer to the question, yep.
yeah, and
Thanks.
that would be something in a hearings process that you would have through a section 42A report. These aren't submissions, this wasn't a hearing process. We can, at the next public meeting next year.
So I think what we'll do, councillor, is go back and review the information that is available publicly on the website, which does summarise, it includes a summary of the feedback, and it might be word for word what's in this report, and it also then includes commentary from staff as a
Correct.
response
That's
to
right.
that.
Yeah.
And then it has an outcome in terms of proposed changes or options for council
That's
to give
exactly
direction on.
So that's what we've done.
No, you haven't done.
Not right, we'll just
So
keep it
that's-
in
know
order,
exactly
yep,
what you've done,
right,
Richard.
just
So we will,
answer.
so
Yep.
we will review that against the summaries that are included in this paper. I'm reasonably satisfied we have covered these points off. But if we feel that they're not and they require further updates, then we can look to pick it up the new year.
Sorry, this is a council paper, so it's come to the council, not a workshop where we make decisions. So my request is, this is a council paper with summary of the things. It should come as what would the staff responsibilities be as a council paper too.
It's not the
nobody's watching.
process that's been set and agreed by the council table, so we're just following that process.
Would it
no,
also
criticism
be
of it.
correct that in shaping up a 42 report, you're doing quite a bit of analysis at that stage and considering the feedback in detail at that stage and perhaps doing some research as well further. And until you actually get to the council's formal decision to notify or not, we actually don't totally 100% know what the outcome would be until you've actually shaped up what that 42 report looks like. So you could at this stage note what you think the direction is, but until you've done that, you wouldn't 100%, I wouldn't think no.
So yeah, through the chair at this point, we don't have a council policy direction because we haven't asked you to notify the plan. We can provide staff recommendations against these points, comparing what's in the workshop. So we'll have a look at what that might look like and bring it back to you in the new year.
Can I give you an example again? We'll go wetlands. We'll do the second to last bullet point. We've talked about it at workshop. Ground truthing for wetlands is needed to ensure mapping is accurate and unintended consequences for landowners are avoided. Okay. Is that a valid response? What's the response? What would be the answer to that?
So the answer in a hearing style would be noted.
Is that all?
That would be it, because it's outside the scope of the land and water
Is it
plan regulation.
another
But we can
question?
go and do that.
Is another question on that. Is it true that you've still got some pre-notification type consultation that's going to occur with specific stakeholders too? So things aren't set in stone at this point.
That's right. So our clause 3 consultation, our pre-notification statutory consultation is scheduled to commence in January.
So does that mean we're going to get an answer to that bullet point or not? What the response would be? We already do this, it is
Mr.
accurate.
Saunders answered the question there. You're happy to give?
We're happy to review it. And in terms of the ground truthing, the technical matters such as mapping have been raised across topics and will be addressed separately. So we've taken it all into consideration. I think what we can commit to doing is in response to the question is reviewing the public material attached to those workshops against this paper. And if we feel there are gaps in that information, we can bring them back. At this stage, there's no council paper prepared because it's not the process that we had confirmed with the council ahead of the pre-notification consultation in the new year.
All right, we got some hands up, so we'll go to them and then we can come back to your second round of questions from council laws after we've had these ones. Okay, councillor, I think I did have a list before and it was MIFAM, wasn't
Yes.
it? Thank
Good for
you,
him.
sorry.
Look, my question is specifically around forestry and the feedback around forestry. It's noted there that the 50-metre setback was more stringent than national directions. I know that the foresters put in quite a decent submission all the way through. I would like to know what sort of process you then undertook to make the changes that we saw last week, which showed a 20-metre setback, which is still not sort of aligned with other setbacks as well. There's not. So what was the process? How did you actually process the forestry feedback?
Yeah, so we've taken, since getting that feedback, there's been actually a little bit of email traffic between the forestry sector and ORC. They've provided us with information. We've taken that into account. We went back to our own scientists as well, kind of a check. So it's kind of like, yeah, checks and balances, I guess, in terms of dealing with those comments. With forestry as well, not all the comments that we received were pointing towards, reduce the setbacks. We also had some commentary in support of that. So you've got to look at both sides of the story.
Did you assess it against the national direction?
Yes.
And they compare now, do they?
I think it's really important to just to note that staff haven't made any decisions. All we've done is provided some options for consultation, and you will make the decision in June next year when we ask to notify.
And the further involvement of the forestry sector in the further development of this plan, is that?
They will be a clause 3 stakeholder. Yeah.
Okay, so there will be an ongoing communication with the forestry sector around the plan. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Malcolm, McCall, then Wilson.
Can I just check my understanding of the process, that we have gone out on this third round of consultation? We have got that consultation back in. We have listened and looked at that consultation and then came back to council and workshop with recommended directions to either rewrite or keep things the same. So, and those will be presented to us on the 14th of December as for us to recommend options to consult on.
So the 14th of December is just a briefing.
Just a briefing, sorry.
Just a briefing on the version of the plan that will go out for the pre-notification consultation.
Right.
Next year, we will ask you to confirm the policy direction.
Yeah, so all this consultation at the moment is gone, and so we get that paper on the 14th, and then we'll come back and decide, bang, that's what goes to consultation or whatever.
Yeah, it's pre-notification.
So you've had 2 workshops over the last 2 weeks, which summarised the feedback from round 3 consultation, gave some options around where staff felt consideration to changes could be given, and gave some direction on those. That's now being consolidated into what's effectively the draft plan for the post-Christmas clause 3 consultation.
Cool.
And that's what will be worked through next week. And there will be legal representatives there as well, so we can answer those questions. And we've also committed to providing any updates we've got on the government direction for the NPS, if there is anything. So there's a few things to cover off next week.
Good.
In the new year, the clause 3 consultation gets underway. That will likely lead to further recommendations for changes, which will need to come back to this table before we seek a final decision, which is actually the only decision that's made to notify in June.
Excellent. So it really, that's how I understood it. I just didn't quite explain it correctly. Look, I'm very comfortable with that process. But I suppose my issue is a wee bit along the lines of councillor Laws, is that as a submitted to that process, rather than having to read the whole land and water plan, that consultate the whole document, where do I get informed that my submission has been considered, and where do I see the result of that?
So through the chair, nobody lodged submissions because it's not a submission process. So, and the council we it was really clear that it was a feedback process.
Yeah, understand.
And so the challenges we have is around the privacy of natural persons, and it's not a submission, it's not public. So that's why you've got a summary of what it is. But if you can look at the table and you'll see the summary of the feedback. You won't see word for word what you said.
Yeah, cool.
But those issues and options papers do summarise feedback from both directions. So as Tom said, we got direction from both ends of make it more, make it less. And those issues and options papers do provide that high level summary.
So if I made a particular submission, let's say on the size of a silage pit, and you've changed that wording that we originally went out, if you change that wording that we originally went out with, I could see by reading that particular part of the plan or that the document that goes out that yes, I've been listened to.
So you'd see in the issues and options paper that staff have considered an alternative approach.
Yes.
And then if you're a clause 3 stakeholder, you'll get to see the rule and how that's landed.
It doesn't say that here.
Councillor McCall's next.
Yeah. So this page.
Sorry, I don't have a question.
Oh, sorry, okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Can I understand who we are consulting in clause 3, given the feedback you've had so far? I appreciate you've involved the industry group to date. They came along to some of the feedback sessions. How wide are you going with clause 3?
So we'll share that list with you next Thursday, but it's a wide list.
What does clause 3 say? Can I get this?
Off the top of my head, it directs the minister, the TAs, iwi, and then any other party you think may be affected.
Yeah.
Sorry, just number 38 says all respondents who provided feedback in an email address have received an email advising the process going forward and how the feedback will be used.
Yes, they have.
Okay, so answering the silage pit issue, does that mean that you've submitted on the silage pit, we took it to the workshop and we decided to do X, or we haven't decided to do X?
So the email was more generalised and said thanks for providing feedback. We'd had these 2 workshops. There's a briefing and then the notification is next year. So it didn't specifically respond to every single person on the points that they made. It was just an acknowledgement of their feedback and that we had taken them into account.
Councillor Kelleher, your hand was up.
Yes, thanks. So just to be clear, I keep clarifying this, but what we initially notified or put out for feedback, and where there were some quite substantial changes, or staff are going to arrive at quite substantial changes, we will be able to provide a summary of those key things we changed.
So they're available in the issues and options papers online from the 2 workshops of those changes. They're publicly available now.
I think it's important to say that it's not staff arrived at those as well, isn't it? Because we were in those workshops and gave guidance, yeah.
Shouldn't that be coming back to council?
So it will come back to council next year once we've finished the consultation.
Yeah.
So we've still got the clause 3 consultation, and then we'll be asking you to make decisions on the plan content next year.
What is there an anticipated date for that? I mean, just roughly is fine.
Well, June 2024 is the notification date, and I anticipate there'll be some sessions ahead of that to get a level of comfort before the June date. Just go on cold tonight. I don't think it's a good idea.
Richard, I think you mentioned that next week you plan to give us an update on where you think central government.
If we have any further information from the ministry staff, or you might have raised the question at a previous workshop, and so we undertook to continue those conversations to see if there is any further advice on what the plan may be for any amendments, and therefore what the I guess what the risks to this process might be. So if there is further information, then yes, that we'll cover that at next week's session.
So the question's been actively raised to the new minister.
We raise it myself to MFE staff. They are having conversations at the moment about a number of things, one of them being freshwater.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Okay, we've had lots of questions there. Somebody care to move perhaps at this stage? Councillor McCall,
Yes, I'll be happy to
seconded
move.
Councillor Noon with just noting the report.
Yeah,
Yep. Councillor McCall, did you want to speak to it?
Oh, yes, I'll say a couple of things. I'm not prepared. I think it's been a we've been following the process that we set out right from the very beginning. We had our feedback come through. We got a lot of feedback. It's been really well analysed and it's been well summarised for us. It's like a probably a more in-depth summary than what I anticipated getting, to be honest. But it really summarises really clearly the feedback that we've had received to us. That feedback has been then put into the papers that we went through the workshops, and all those people who attended the workshops all had an opportunity to input their opinions as to the feedback and the future directions. And the people at the workshops used that time very constructively to get to where we hope that we'll see next Thursday when we get briefed on the plan. I think it's really important to note that when we've been developing the land and water plan, it's been different, and from what I can see, it's been different from all other plans, where we're not dealing with submissions, formal submissions. We're actually dealing with feedback. So we've actually gone to our communities to give the opportunity to input into the development of the plan in conjunction with us, the councillors and other stakeholders. And I think it's really important that we, so people can give us their feedback openly and freely without fear of reprisal. It's important that that we follow the requirements around the privacy and that sort of stuff. And I think we're in a really good coming to a really good spot. Well done. I think it's an excellent report, and I think there's plenty of avenues where people who are following the process, and there's quite a few people who are following the process, will be able to see how their input has or has not been taken up, because not at the end of the day, not everybody's inputs. Just because you did feedback doesn't mean to say the plan changes because of your feedback. So I think it's pretty good, and I think it's I'm more than happy to note the report as being an accurate summary of the feedback that's presented.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson, then Laws.
Thank you. We haven't had that many chances to talk about this publicly and as a debate. And I'm going to say some comments now which may upset some people, but they're not intended to be blamed. I just want to produce that. I want to take the time to thank the number of people, and I was lucky enough to get out to a lot of these meetings, the number of people who attended, the willingness of the staff to sit down and listen, and to be challenged on some things. There was substantial engagement by the community who gave up substantial time thinking before they got there and came prepared. It was phenomenal. It was a gift from our community. What I do regret is that those same people reached out in the past and offered to educate, to teach, to spend time with staff out in the field to understand what they do and where they come from. That hasn't been taken up, not because that wasn't wanted, but because the timeframes our council has been given to do this process has been too short. It has been frustrating having an RPS, our staff working through an RPS at the same time, not having it bedded down, and we're doing a land and water plan with no foundation document. It has been hard on the staff. It has been really hard on our community. It's not blaming the staff. They didn't accept this timeframe. We did as a council, or at least the councillors in the last term. It has been exacerbated now by a change of government without any clear direction of what inevitable changes will come, and it's making it much harder for our staff and our community again. What we have done in the plan often is looked back and say, what do we not want to happen, or what don't we want to see here? We haven't planned for what we do want there, and and with all respect, haven't planned for a future. If we listen to Pierre's, I have every time he's turned up and talked about climate change, less snow, less water in different areas. This isn't a plan that actually makes me feel that we're planning for storage, for hydro electricity, or even hydrogen electricity or generation of energy. I'm really concerned that we're reacting rather than looking forward and planning for what I think will be really challenging times for Otago, and our community needs that. Again, not a blame of staff, it's again the timeframes we've done this on. And so we're going to be turning around and doing more plan changes, as we've already indicated, relatively quickly after we get this one down. It's a huge toll on our community. So what I'm going to ask is, and I will support this motion, and I will congratulate the staff for where they've got to and how they've indicated at the workshops they understand the need to move. But we need to be investing in people understanding our areas. We need to actually get out in this field and understand more how those communities work and why they do the things they do, and not necessarily that they're wrong, but how we can do it better together. And that's how our plan will work. I hope that this plan does not end up as a plan change 7 where we're competing and combative with our community in the courts. That would be the one goal with this. And so I really welcome the staff giving a very broad answer to my question on clause 3. Thank you for taking the time to sing that as wide as possible and engaging with the community at the formal stage. I'm absolutely sure that our community will give that feedback as they've generously given already. And for those councillors who want to make sure that that happens, please make sure that you circulate as wide as possibly the workshop material that is public, so that those people and parties can be best prepared to do that. It has been enlightening to see how much the staff have changed or changed their direction or their focus, which is great. May it be a progressive process. Thank you.
Councillor Noon, you were next.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I concur with what both councillors Wilson and Core have said. However, and this has got nothing to do with anybody in the room, I think we need to reflect on the amount of time pressure that we would put under, particularly through the 2019-22 triennium from the government, or the former government. I know it's a season of goodwill, but I think we won't have many opportunities to, and I think it's appropriate today to express real concern about probably the most important thing that we do as a regional council, whether it's from a governance perspective or from a planning development or plan development perspective, is to develop a land and water plan, or a plan that ensures sustainable management of natural resources. But we were put under so much pressure to continue to keep focused on the clock. That was the most important thing, rather than being able to complete a lot of science. And we've even, we've received 46 or whatever papers of scientific research, and a lot of that hasn't been peer reviewed, etc. And as I say, I'm not blaming anybody in this room, but I think the blame needs to be fair and square with the previous government. I think we were hoodwinked into believing we were first cab off the rank, and there were reasons for that after the inquiry from Prof. Skelton, and a lot of that had to do with water quantity issues rather than water quality issues. But if you look at what's actually happening in terms of trends around the country, you've only got to look north and south of us, and from a water quantity point of view, we're not doing too bad. We've got a lot of hot spots. That's fair enough. But I just think it's worth reminding ourselves that we were pushed into a corner, and I just feel that this process could have been a lot more successful in terms of engagement with their community, and also the information we put out, I think, would have been enhanced if we had more time to be able to complete some of that science. And I went online last night and had a look at what Northland are doing currently. They are in the process of incorporating the freshwater legislation into their land and water plan. And I could just give you an example where they're asking for feedback on all sorts of freshwater matters. And with their stock exclusion setbacks, they've got a table with the various options, 3 metres, 5 metres, 10 metres, etc. And the options for the benefits of, from an environmental perspective, the overall costs associated with fencing that, that land, the overall opportunity cost lost when, you know, a larger setback is incorporated. So submitters have that information to be able to base their consultation feedback on. So I think we were a bit deficient in that area, and I'm blaming the government for that. And yeah, I just really wanted to make that point because I think the process, we can learn from this and ensure in the future. We've got a coast plan review coming up, we've got an air plan review coming up, and I'd like to think that we can learn from this one to ensure that we're able to have a more streamlined and robust process going forward.
Hey, I think actually Councillor Laws, I may have skipped you. You had your hand up before.
That's all right. It's really interesting, just following out your speech, Andrew, and the observations and notings. Just prior to our council meeting today, the speech from the throne was given by the Governor-General. And it has 2 paragraphs that are of critical reference to us and our land and water plan and our freshwater management and everything we do from now on. I want to read them to you. The government will reduce the regulatory burden on farmers who are spending an increasing amount of time on their paperwork. And that goes on to talk about the implementation of new significant natural areas will cease, and existing SNA areas will be looked at as part of the reform of the Resource Management Act. And then the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020 will be replaced to ensure a local approach, allowing councils more flexibility in managing environmental limits. Now, that is such a fundamental change from where we have been over the last 3 years, which is proceeding on the basis of a series of directives and guidelines and imperatives that have been coming out of the Ministry of the Environment and of the Minister Direct to us as a council. Now, I'd say that given the speech from the throne, Richard, the report that you'll be making in a week's time will be really interesting, because if that's in the speech from the throne today, this is their legislative program, then we know what's coming. And that will affect our land and water plan going forward as well, obviously. I'm going to keep on saying this to you. We are in a state of limbo at the moment, legislatively. And to proceed on the basis of what happened before would be a very stupid thing to do. I think we need much more certainty. I'm glad that we do have a bit of time, actually. So we've got the Christmas and New Year. This legislation will be introduced. Parliament reconvenes on January the 22nd next year. So that legislative program will be there. It is already in their first 100 days. And I'm just indicating to us that we may need to just tie-ha a bit, and some of these guidelines may need to be pushed out, given that the legislation is changing, and so are the regulations and rules that govern us. I'm sure that we would have the capability of going to the government and saying, can we just have a bit of time to adjust, please? And I'm sure that'll be the local government sector's response anyhow. But just that's in the speech to the throne today. There's change coming and it's considerable. And we need to take that on board in all of the planning that we are going to be doing into the future.
Sorry, the next person was Councillor Mepham, then Scott.
Well, for decades, we've seen rapid environmental damage and deterioration. And where was the voice that said slow down? Never heard it. We've got a land and water management plan here which will improve our natural environment. There is no time to slow down to make these improvements. We've made significant progress. There's been consultation. There's been very good project management. We have a plan ready to be notified June next year. Thank you.
Councillor Scott. Thanks.
Yeah, no, cool. Thank you, Councillor Mepham. I mean, Councillor Laws, just building on or applying maybe, in terms of my personal view, I think one of the things you said was that potentially there could be more flexibility at a local level. I think that's one of the things you said.
We've done a lot of things.
But anyway, that's what you did say, and I've written it down. Because the fundamental is, is that in this region and in other regions, we've had significant environmental issues. You know, a third of the water quality testing sites are either poor or fair. And we're upping the science, we're getting more information about that. And I'd like to think that regardless of who's sitting on the throne, that this region, that this council will actually do something about it. And in terms of its toolbox, we've worked with the community. We came to the conclusion that there were gaps. We've been through different processes and we're formulating a land and water plan on a sound basis. I've got confidence in it. I think we're doing really well. Is it perfect? No, it's not. This is a continual process. You know, we're not going to start something and then finish and then everything's going to be great. It's a continual incremental improvement. And regardless of who's sitting on your throne, at some point they need to realise that and take some responsibility. And I, for one, as a councillor, I know where my vote will be. Thank you.
Councillor Forbes and Kelleher.
I agree with both the last speakers. I'm not concerned about changes in the zone, so calling it that. But it's this has been a process which has been super robust in a very short period of time, and it's been hard for a lot of our community to move at the same pace. But I think we've listened to them really well, and I think our community are behind it, and we've probably hit our vision is relatively shared to improve the environmental outcomes for this area. And I think that our community is with us on that and wants to do that. So regardless of what's happening up there, this is within our control and our remit, and crack on.
Councillor Kelleher.
I'm not sure I'm quite so aligned with the previous three speakers. We got a really exceptional feedback response because we set the bar too high. And so for Otago, I went to a lot of these meetings, nearly all of them. I stood at the door, I talked to people as I went in and out. I felt so sorry for the staff because they were bombarded in these sessions for a full day of very concerned people because the bar was set so high. They came to say, for a lot of them, this may end what we're currently doing. It was incredibly concerning for all of Otago that a council that should have a good understanding of where our sectors sit and what they currently undertake in Otago were having to have those sectors come to them and challenge because of what was put out. You know, the forestry sector at 50 metres come to us and present and say this will just about end forestry for Otago. So, you know, the greatest concern for me at the moment, we put the community to that extent to come along and have to almost educate on where Otago currently sits. We've been following a direction of extreme haste and rush to rectify a situation that is constantly portrayed as totally degraded and destroyed. And if we don't save Otago immediately, it's going to be lost in the quagmire. We have, across Otago, good water quality by and large. We have exceptional water quality in lots of places. And yet every time we say we have bad water quality, we just bash the primary sector again. And so then we wonder why we get such upset people. The greatest concern to us now should be that the regulatory direction from central government is potentially going to change. And those messages were quite clear. And if we're going to keep battling our community to have to keep engaging with us, then I think we need to take a little bit of a breather and see what central government's going to change with us.
Okay, anyone else would like to say something? Have you spoken yet, Councillor Malcolm?
No, I haven't
Go
actually.
for it.
You know, I've just been sort of,
Yeah.
and well, congratulations to the staff on the report because it does make it's very clear, succinct, and I'm very happy with the report and was just happy to note and get on with the job. But there's been some other things said that I sort of, you know, I think I really need to. For 20 odd years, I think that it was something like, for 20 odd years, we've let our environment degrade. Well, actually, for 20 odd years, I haven't let my environment degrade at all. I got on here 4 years ago and there was a report from Skelton said that the ORC hadn't been doing its job, hadn't had the right sort of sets of rules in place. And 4 years ago, we set about changing that. We bumped the rates up. We started to resource ORC correctly, and we've got the ship on the road. And the result of the feedback in my last two sessions with staff coming back as the result from the feedback shows to me that there's a pretty clear path of a very good environmental plan coming out. So it's not, previous people may have said, well, that's all right, let things degrade, and I'm not sure if they were degrading that bad anyway, but in the last 4 years, our path has been pretty damn clear. Staff have worked exceptionally hard. We've up-resourced them, and we're on a very, very good path. We have got to have a plan that is going to help look after our environment. The plan will not be doing the actions that people will. We've got enough smarts in our community to ensure that we will have a good environment if the plan's right, and we will have people out there that will ensure the communities are right. So we've got to write this plan the plan will protect our environment in a regulatory way, but we need to make sure that we've got tools in that plan to ensure people can actually get out there, drive down what this, the latest from the government has said that they're going to double agricultural production in New Zealand within the next 10 years. That doesn't scare me at all. And I can't see that. I cannot see that as a huge environmental impact, because we have the people in the country with the smarts to ensure that it does not damage the environment. But we need vibrant communities. So let's keep writing this plan. I think we're on a very good place to do it. We're acknowledged. The only thing I would say from this whole report to the CE that we've got an exceptionally good report. I'm just not sure that we have got the right tool at the end of it to reflect back to our stakeholders how that's been taken note of. I'm sure you're thinking about this, but that's my only worry, because we really need this feedback to continue. So, well done, staff. You're on track.
Councillor Somerville, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, well, look, our main job as a regional council, I believe, is to look after the environment, and we need to continue doing that, and of course to work with our community in doing that. And this has been an example of that whole process. So I guess, as some previous speakers have said, regardless of what central government may say, we need to make sure we are.
Thank you. So yeah, we have a paper here for noting that's on the feedback that we received from our community and our stakeholders. And I just want to say a massive thank you to all of the team, first of all. Bring us back to what this paper is on. We have had a huge amount there. I think we had 15,000 people that visited the website, and those are individuals rather than one person doing it more than once. That is huge. Massive interest in this area from the people of Otago. Many of them got, on their running shoes on and went down to their local hall or whatever and met with us. We invested a huge amount from a diversity of staff, policy science, environmental implementation, consents, communication, compliance, and probably others. Came along, and we had some really quality conversations. We've got some really good feedback there. So thanks heaps to all the councillors as well. Many of you did come to just about every single one of those drop-in sessions, which was a huge commitment. We've met with a heap of really good people in our community with really brilliant ideas. And a lot of that has genuinely shaped the direction of where we've got to. We've talked about that really well in the last two workshops. So yeah, just a massive thanks to everyone for getting us to this point here. It's a really important point, and I think the conversation, hey, some of it wasn't so much on this paper, but is on the wider project. And at this point, there is a bit of uncertainty, but I think there's some things that are certain as well, and I think Councillor Malcolm touched on those when he said that in the next paper, the efficiency review touches on it as well. Just we did have a review from Professor Skelton that basically said that we were seriously under-resourced and needed significantly more investment to basically do our statutory requirements. And so we were then asked, okay, how quickly can you do that? And we said we can do it by this date and committed to it. And that's really where we are at. And the interest in this area is reflected in the amount of people that have come along. We had a significantly outdated water plan, and that doesn't matter. No, I mean, it does matter. It doesn't matter whether you're in an RMA or an NBEA or whatever type of framework. We have an outdated water plan, 20 years old. We need to relook at that, whichever way you look at it. The environmental bottom lines don't change. Scientists across the country have looked at that. They'll stand up, and whether it's in an RMA hearing or it's in a freshwater panel, they'll say the same things about what the bottom lines are. There aren't heaps of magic bullets that get you to with them, as Councillor Malcolm also said. We want all those tools in the toolbox, and we've carefully looked at what they might be. Councillor Laws has very correctly said that we're probably not going to be in a really prescriptive framework going forward. So those tools probably won't get taken out of our toolbox, I wouldn't think. More likely that we can add more if we want. So that's good. So yeah, allowing councils more flexibility is what Councillor Laws read out there. So that's handy. Farm planning, certifications, all those sorts of things are probably a big tick, and that's a lot of our plan is based on those. And the final thing that I just want to say, reflecting on a lot of the leaders out there in our community and words that they have given to us, is that markets require a strengthened environmental focus. So what we're doing together with our productive communities and with our urban communities and with everyone's important, really important for everyone's future. So I think that's why we've had so many people coming along as well. We are under no illusions of how important our role is in shaping that future, and it's a job we're doing together. So back to the point of just thanks heaps to everyone for getting involved to this point. As we've said, it's not the only, it's not the last chance to ever say either. This is a step in the journey. It's an extra step we add. Well, we added an extra step too beyond statutory requirements during this process. So we've actually had a really robust process. We will have that pre-notification consultation, then we'll have the formal submissions as well. So there's still a chance for people to get involved. Sorry, we've spoken a lot, and staff have, and probably people in YouTube have been listening, but thank you very much for all the debate. We've got a mover and a seconder there. Did the mover want to have a quick writer reply?
So I can have a real quick writer reply. I'll just a couple of notes. As what we're talking about here is a noting paper for the feedback that's been received. I think I'd just like to endorse everything Chair Robertson said. I think it's like I said before, I think you've done an awesome job getting to the stage. Looking at the bigger picture, at the end of the day, for me, we're developing a plan for Otago, in Otago, for Otago, and the environment doesn't change depending on political leadership or political parties. So I'm very confident we're on the right track, and we just need to keep following the track and keep on with our process. So thank you very much.
Good one. Okay, well, a simple motion there to note the report. I'll put it all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, the next one is efficiency review. Hopefully I'm going to be a bit more efficient in my chairing of this one. Thanks for bearing with me. Just wait for our changeover of oh no, it's actually you, isn't it, Richard? Perfect. You want to intro to this one?
Not too much to say. So this is obviously a report that was requested as part of the review, was requested as part of the annual plan last year. So important that report findings are made public in a council paper, so that's the purpose of this paper. And you'll see that there are a number of actions that have been recommended by Morris Monroe and Bruce Robertson. And the intent is that we will look to incorporate those as we make changes to the way we're doing things and report back to council on progress against those recommendations alongside some other changes that we made. So happy to take questions on it. The purpose is really just to ensure that we do show the community that resolution that was passed at last year's annual plan has been carried out, and the findings there are available for people to review.
Right, councillor Laws.
Richard, the recommendation is that you will oversee a program of business transformation that will include the implementation, where appropriate, of recommendations considered in the efficiency report. On page 3 of the efficiency report, page 238 of the council papers, there are short-term actions. I think there are 6 bullet points from memory. No, not. There are 10. I'm sorry, but I don't know which of those 10 recommendations say short-term do you consider to be appropriate and which do you not?
No, we haven't assessed them in detail yet. We don't have we don't have the capacity this side of Christmas while we're working through land and water plan and long-term plan to assess each of those actions. My view is, and being familiar with most of them, is that the intent is to implement all of them. However, we need to assess them against any other changes that we may make, provided it still delivers the same outcome that the efficiency review was targeting. So I don't want to commit to it word for word. If we review processes and actually think there is a more efficient or a more appropriate way to undertake something that delivers on the results that the efficiency review was looking for, I think it's smart for us to leave some room for us to undertake that assessment and potentially go in a different direction if it can deliver the same or better result.
Okay, well, this is the problem, I'm sure. You see, it's almost worth tabling this report today and just leave it stay on the table until that piece of work is done. Because, yeah, I mean,
Not a bad idea.
yeah, and I move that this report be tabled until the chief executive is in a position to report further on the
We could note
recommendations.
the report or receive the report or something.
Yeah, look, I'm easy. The key thing was that we made it public, and that we're not hiding behind anything
No,
because the
that's fair
findings are important.
But here are the recommendations. You're not in a position to respond to them yet. Far better than to just leave this on the table and we'll bring it back when the chief executive is in that position. Can you give us some indication when that might be, Richard?
So we've undertaken to come back middle of next year, sort of towards the start of the financial year.
Back to council
new
at the beginning of
financial year.
next financial year.
Yeah, so that is when we had intended to come back and would be able to either report that some of those things had been actioned already in terms of particularly the short-term ones, obviously, and that others I would be comfortable that we'll be in a position to provide an assessment of them by that point.
Well, can I move, Madam Chair, that we note this report and that this report lie on the table?
Does he have a seconder? Yep, councillor Kelleher, just double checking that there's nothing that we haven't, that's all good.
Yeah. I can answer any more questions about the
Yeah,
report.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's, yeah, the actual report one, the intention to note it then means that it isn't entirely lying on the table. We can have questions and stuff like that. So that sounds fine, yep. Yeah, we'll come back to that. We'll have questions then. Starting with councillor Scott, then Wilson, no Metham.
Cool, page 28 of the report, page 263, the iPad. Problem with the third paragraph. It just makes a comment. Well, actually, I'd just like to make a comment first, Richard. Thank you for doing this work. It can only be a benefit. It's not the complete works. You know, we've talked about effectiveness, but thank you. In terms of that third paragraph, page 28, it resonated with me, and even if we're leaving this on the table, performance measures, will have to be formed through the LTP and all that process. And what it said is many performance measures simply describe the overall functional activity being carried out, do not measure the quality or the quantity of the output. These measures do not deliver a service to the community or improve organisational performance. And that's something I've been on about for quite a while. And I just hope that's not lost, in terms of the process, in terms of setting new performance measures for the LTP and annual plan. Any comment?
Yeah, so that particular paragraph in the setting of performance measures is one that we are very live to in terms of the long-term plan process. And creating measures that both look at outputs so we can track from a work plan perspective, but very much look at outcomes in terms of are the outputs resulting in outcomes. So yes, something that is more of a structured framework to measure our performance and the effectiveness of what we're
Get some
doing.
value. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Mine was a procedural issue, and I appreciate your question about procedural. And not doing this. If something's laid on the table, I thought it had to come back to the next council meeting. Whereas I think the ambition for this was that it comes back and
you can have a date.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, and so
It doesn't have to come back to the next council.
it doesn't. So I'm just looking through standing orders, and I couldn't. I just want to check. That's not there yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, the 25.2, I think business lie on the table and not be further discussed at the meeting, and items lying on the table at the end of training and will deem to have been expired.
Thank you.
Thanks. No.
Not getting that long.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Richard, are you satisfied that the recommendations have enough forward focus in them? Because a lot of it has been looking back and obviously looking at our situation and how the systems work, etc. Is there?
Yeah, I am. Andrew. I think the key thing is most of them are around setting ourselves up well to be able to inform that future work. And so I think in that sense they are forward looking. It notes the changes we've been through in terms of growth and the work we've taken on. And I think their recommendations are really focused at setting ourselves up well so an organisation of this size can make well-informed decisions that lead to better or more efficient decisions on expenditure is the key thing. So in that sense, I think they are forward focused and that they will set us up well for how we operate in the future.
And the second question through the chair is around developing that so much a vision, but whatever, an understanding what efficiencies are about, and just sort of wanted to understand how would you push that out to land somewhere that probably short, punchy, whatever, but how do you plan to sort of achieve that?
Yeah, look, to be fair, I probably can't answer that at the moment. It's one of the key discussions we had at an ELT level, and it was flagged at the presentation that Morris Lowe and Bruce gave as well. Is we need to be clear as a council on how we're measuring it. So I think one of the things that we need to do is develop, whether I hate to use the word template, but a template or a framework that assists our decision making in terms of where we choose to invest in the work we choose to do, and something in there needs to be effectively an efficiency assessment, which looks at both the outputs and the outcomes and something in there. So if as part of developing something like that, we're going to need to get some clarity, and it's something this table will need to have some input into as well as. So I don't see that as solely a staff like decision.
No, that helps out to answer the question. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Yep.
Yeah, Richard, I guess it's a comment and a question. The main things that I saw that came out of this efficiency review, there was quite a few things in there which were pretty waffly, I must admit, but the things that did stand out were around the budgeting process, a common understanding around that and financial management. The project management office was another one that they've suggested, and one that stands out as being sort of, I don't know why they had to tell us this, consider internal resources first instead of using consultants. We've talked about activity measures. That's come up as well in the report. And there was a suggestion there about data management frameworks, which I think is really important for any organisation to have a handle on its data. These things are quite obvious, but we've had to be told about them in this report. And I'm just wondering, you know, if we just wait now, it's going to be tabled and we get onto it months down the track. Is there anything in here that we can bring into our LTP? You know, like a project management office or something similar?
Yeah, well, so I'm not convinced we're of a scale we need a project management office, and that's why I want us to have the chance. I absolutely think we need a project management framework. I'm not convinced we need a project management office because that just creates cost. There are a number of things in this report that are either already underway or are largely finished because we've anticipated changes that we need to make. And one of the positive things for me out of this report is it reaffirmed a lot of the things we were thinking about as an organisation that we needed to do to improve. And all this is doing is telling us we're on the right track and they haven't come up with something completely different and we've had to, you know, change tack. So there are a number of those things, and I would expect when we come back in the middle of next year, we would actually be flagging that a lot of those things have been implemented or are in train in terms of budgeting. But then there's some other longer term things that will need a bit of time for us to assess and then to do a piece of work to deliver on. But I certainly, by setting a date for the middle of next year, I'm not saying that nothing will happen until then. There'll be a lot that's already happening and will be in place.
Thank you.
Everyone's good with questions then? Put the mover and the seconder there for the noting and leaving on the table. You've got that. Fine. What was that second one in the end?
Just lay it on the table.
Just laying on the table with no
I don't think you can
deadline.
note it right on the table. Amanda, would you? I think you're just laying it on the table.
No, it's bringing it, so it's not laying on the table, it's tasking you to bring back via.
That's different to laying on the table, so I think maybe we just need some.
Well, we could instruct the chief executive to note this report and seek the chief executive's commentary upon the recommendations contained therein.
Yeah, I think that's similar to what it did say, didn't it?
It's number 8.
So the current one is notes that are progress update.
Just getting rid of two, I think.
Yeah, 3,
Yeah.
Getting rid of two and putting in the stage that he comes back to us
that's
and
right.
then,
So we'll remove 2, and which means that we're not formally and then
Otherwise,
3
you just forget it
3
and it
requires
would end
that
up in a little bin somewhere.
never requires that we come back next year and we'll make sure that there's an assessment included in there. 1, 3.
everyone's got their heads around that and you're happy with that as Rover.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And who was the seconder again? That was someone,
Martha,
Gary,
Gary.
yeah. Yep, good, okay. Did you want to speak to Michael? No. Looks like Brian does, yeah.
I just want to reaffirm paragraph 4 in the executive summary. It's got out to me. It said that because the community's, you know, been asking and they're paying their rates bills and so forth. And what it says here is, despite significant growth in operating expenditure, Morrison highlighted that council maintains one of the lowest spends per head of population across the regional council sector. However, there are a range of improvements that can be made to how the organisation operates. And they also verbally said in the workshop with us that this doesn't mean that we've got effective outputs. And that's maybe the next horizon as we move. We bed down the efficiency improvements and then we move into effectiveness, get effective outcomes in the environment and in the community. Thank you. It's been, in my view, a very worthwhile exercise.
Thank you.
So far. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something similar in that it's been a really good process for our council. It kind of, I think, highlights some of those growing pains mentioned earlier, the deliberate growth that our organisation has been through, and just really important for us as governors to just step back and say, hey, you know, where are we at this point? Are we operating as efficiently as we can? What more do we need to do? And yeah, Morrison Lowe have suggested there in the paragraph 18, ORC is likely to be operating economically. The authors believe there's no urgent need to react to finding efficiencies, but effort should be focused on improving internal systems and processes. So that is, yeah, and the specifics there are going to be really handy for our CE. So they're internal, operational, focused matters that really do sit with the CE rather than with us as governors from this point on. So yeah, bringing back and reporting to us is great, but that's really the realm of where we are. So it's really positive overall for this council. Okay, anyone else want to say anything before we put it? Yep, Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah, well, just briefly, I think it is really positive. It is, especially given the change that we've had and that we're currently under. You know, we are in this escalation of the scale of the organisation. So to have this, I would have thought it would have come back and said you have much more structure needed and much that needs to change. So I think when you look at what they have honed in on, then that is very positive. The one point I want to make is that it's lovely to know that we have one of the lowest spends per head of population. That should not be a mandate to go chasing around lifting that.
Yeah, we have a port. That's right. Yep. Councillor Malcolm.
And just a further comment to that, you will recall when we were given a summation of this report from Morrison Lowe, that in fact they had not included the port dividend in the rate take, which would simply put on the 124,000 rating units we have, would have put another $120 on each ratepayer, and that would have put us above average as opposed to below average. So I just thought I'd note that. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on a couple of themes. They talked about simplicity and making sure that we had systems that were easy to understand, easy to operate. Tim's already mentioned about the compatibility of data collection. The other thing I want to pick up on was they also highlighted consultancy use, and part of the reason why we've had to do that, I don't want to repeat what I said earlier, but we have been under the pump with regards to getting work done on time, and also a difficult employment market as well. But it's good to have those sorts of things highlighted where Richard can turn his mind to those recommendations and have the appropriate sub-policies that sit in behind. So managers at that making those decisions, in particular reference to consultant use, have certain steps to go through rather than it being a fait accompli.
Yeah. Anyone else before we put that one? No. Okay. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We might break now for 15 minutes. I'll just move that we adjourn. Somebody care to second that? Councillor Callaghan, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Sorry, Michelle and others that are waiting for infrastructure strategy. Yeah, 3:25 we'll be back. Okay, welcome back everyone. We're live again and we are ready for 8.4 infrastructure strategy. So Michelle and so Gavin and also Pam as well, perhaps. Oh, Pam. Yes.
Pam Wilson. Yes, it's so easy.
Sorry, the poll there makes it quite challenging.
I don't know, we need a lot. don't we?
Okay, so while we're just getting organised there, as we know, this strategy incorporates flood drainage and river management. And it is looking at a 30-year horizon. It is reviewed 3 yearly and is also included with the LTP consultation. But yes, all the rest of the strategy is there as well. But yeah, I was just wondering if perhaps a bit of an introduction, and Councillor Scott suggested it might be quite good to touch on. How is this one different to previous ones in approach?
Thank you, Chair Gretchen. Thank you for having us again. This is our second LTP, our second infrastructure strategy in the format that you know. What I thought we would do is just touch on the recommendations that we're looking for with council and then highlight the options associated with that. And then we were going to talk through the key changes and then we can go into the detail of the actual infrastructure strategy if you like. Thank you. What we are looking for are 4 recommendations that you receive the report, you approve the draft of the infrastructure strategy as it's provided in the information that's required for the community consultation in the long-term plan 2024-34 process, subject to any minor editorial changes made by staff. I will draw attention on that item 2 recommendation. There are 2 options at the end of the paper that says you can make some minor changes, or if you wish to have significant changes, we would like some time to have a look at the impact and potentially there's advantages, disadvantages. Thirdly, note the infrastructure strategy is to provide the framework direction for managing the flood protection, land drainage and river management infrastructure and for informing future decisions that are identified by the significant issues. Notes that the scheme maps that are a placeholder currently in the Appendix A will be updated prior to the commencement of the public consultation. The reason that is a placeholder, we've been working with our learned colleagues in GIS to get those maps in a more fit for purpose and standard that we have within IT and GIS, and they're looking pretty good and they're almost complete. So we just wanted to actually get those maps more up to date. Okay, so what I thought we'd touch on is the discussion, which is section 9 of the actual paper. The main updates from the council previous strategies include, we have some major structural changes in development to the overall strategy document. You will see that it looks a little different, reads a little different. And the reason for that being is some of the front end of what we had previously in there around strategic context and overview is being taken out and going into our management plans. And we'll talk to that when we get to that triangle, which we talk to a lot. So we're starting to shorten our infrastructure strategy into that high level strategic direction. We've updated our significant infrastructure issues, principal options and their implications. We've also added a key contextual consideration across each of the areas of infrastructure across rivers and schemes that are currently impacting and or expected to impact on the infrastructure throughout the lifetime of the strategy. We've introduced the significance of the para framework, which we will have for implementing during this lifetime of the strategy. We've included a river management infrastructure section. We've included third-party infrastructure. We've also made an update to the infrastructure investment program and provided more detail and key information around the operational expenditure, the capital expenditure, and also key decisioning points that council will have under this infrastructure strategy. We are also including work to progress hazard mitigation for areas like Lindsay Creek and North Dunedin has been included in this strategy. And it has been noted as a provisional scheme in this strategy. And lastly, there is a focus in the infrastructure investment program on the significant decisions that the council will need to make in the lifetime of this strategy, based on the best of the information that we have and how we know our infrastructure presently. So with that summary, I'm happy to take questions or go to the infrastructure strategy itself.
Right, Councillor Lords.
Quick one. We talked about before, Richard. Climate change, like we have more dramatic events, damage to infrastructure, etc. Insurance for infrastructure. We're out of risk now to do with that. So is insurance built into this infrastructure strategy, our annual costs of, and some indication of what that might be? Can I just give you an example? Yep. You get a flood, it wipes out some of your infrastructure. Yep. You've got to replace it. Yep. At the moment I read this, I think that you're looking for, is it NEMA or something, to provide 60% of the funding if it's some sort of catastrophe. And then we've got to provide the other 40%. That's dependent upon benign central government. It might be 100% instead. Is there an insurance that we have against our infrastructure? Are there many options or potential consultations that we might be doing upon that?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laws. I will start with that. Insurance is included in the long-term plan. So these costs do allow for the insurance across our pump stations and key infrastructure in the OPEX. It's not broken out in detail in the infrastructure strategy, but it will be shown in the long-term plan through the funding strategy and areas like that. In terms of NEMA, we bring that in because that is one of our options, and we've used that over the last 3 years to leverage NEMA for insurance. So that's why we touch on it, but we don't specifically pull insurance out.
Should we? It's a cost. There's also a risk if central government decide not to pick up.
So I think you'll find, and I'd have to have a quick look, if we look at our uncertainty and our funding in our significant issues, we do touch on that. But given that this is just a strategy, I guess what we do is just put those options up and also our preferred options of dealing with it. If we haven't pulled it out in terms of a line item, in terms of OPEX or CAPEX.
It's just I've noticed you've done the costings for most of the other policies here, but I looked through that and I couldn't find insurance as one of those costings. That was all.
For the policies?
Sorry, for the costings of the projects. You've got the line items here, I think, in terms of the strategies. Here they are. So these are costs of your public safety assessment, the Upper Harbour catchment, lower.
Okay, so yeah, insurance is included, but it's embedded in the OPEX, and that detail, I guess, finance.
Could you tell me? Well, it's quite an important question. Could you tell me how much you insure our infrastructure for? What it costs us a year?
No.
So Nick's online. I just wonder, Nick, whether if you've heard that question, you can provide any insight into the current insurances. Shut your door.
Yeah, he's running away.
No, I just had to shut my door so I don't disturb everybody else. So insurance is a section in our financial strategy. So we outline what we do there. With infrastructure assets, we've got insurance for certain assets, largely the built assets like pump stations, the pumps themselves. They can all be insured under our current insurance policy. But if you go to the financial strategy, we self-insure for a large portion of our infrastructure assets because you can't get insurance for them. And they're the assets like the flood banks themselves, things like drains, obviously, that are just, effectively, holes in the ground. You can't get insurance for that. So if anything happens from a flood to flood banks, the flood banks themselves are not insured. So we're self-insuring that. And again, it's outlined in our financial strategy that we do that. But if something happened to a flood bank where there was a pump station and the pumps those were all damaged, we can claim for those parts of the assets.
Yeah, I just guess I'm thinking of Cyclone Gabriel, which is, I know, an extreme weather event, but potentially possible over the strategy here. Was it to 2054? 30 years?
Yeah.
So you're likely to get some extreme weather event in that time. Could be tomorrow. And I'm just trying to work out if we've got a mechanism internally of being able to pay for the damage that's going to be caused. The government have indicated, again, I hate to keep on saying this, but the government, not just this government, but the last one, saying, we're not going to bail you out of this anymore. Gabriel was it. You're going to need to start to look at yourself for the regions to provide this support. And I'm just asking, that's quite a key question of consultation. And that's the reason I was asking for it in connection with this policy going out for consultation.
Yeah. So what we do refer to, aside from what's in the financial strategy, and thank you, Nick, is that we do indicate that we largely self-insure through those reserves. But I do wonder if we need to probably add more context around that in terms of what the infrastructure that is covered by our insurance in here, whilst pointing to perhaps the funding strategy.
Yeah, it's page 30, as you probably are aware.
Yeah.
And it just seemed a little light to me.
Yeah.
Particularly when you're rolling out something.
Yeah.
See what I mean? Yeah.
And I think the key thing we just have to be clear on, if we're going to ask the question, is just going back to Nick's point, is that if we're going to ask if people think we should be insured, we've got to be confident we can actually get insurance, because that's one of the big issues at the moment.
Yeah.
We just physically can't insure some assets. The insurance market won't cover them.
And certainly in our river sector, I know over the last 15 months, there have been a lot of conversations, certainly with our northern colleagues in Canterbury, where they cannot get insurance. So it wasn't a matter of, what insurance was available for some of their infrastructure. They no longer can get insurance. So it is an absolute concern and significant issue around what self-insurance looks like. But we can perhaps look at that section and maybe just draw a little bit more.
Well, it's just you've mentioned it sort of like we're building up financial reserves, but we don't know how much. We don't know is it going to be adequate for the task.
And it's it's dynamic depending on how many events we have.
Yeah, and you've actually noted how many we've had in a short period of time.
Yeah, I have. Okay.
Thank you.
I think it was Councillor Noon then.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Michelle, table 5 of the infrastructure strategy. This is under 2.1.1, Alexander Flood Protection Scheme.
Sorry.
Sorry. Table 5. 2.1.1.
Yep.
It's just you got 4 contextual considerations here. The second one doesn't seem to have any reference to Contact Energy, and I just wondered, it just seemed like it fitted into responsibility. And obviously it's describing an action, but it's obviously a consequence.
Yeah, so what we've done here is rather than go into the operational context of those consents, which I think is probably not the right place to include in that, is just reference the way it is. But you know, operationally, we have had a very active engagement in that space. Are you thinking
No, I just
maybe a
wondering,
little more?
is it actually a wider issue rather than me thinking it's just related to the activity? Because that's why I asked the question.
Oh, okay. In terms of the dam activities.
Yes, as on the Clutha.
Okay. I have to think about that.
No, no, that's okay.
Yeah,
No problem.
yeah. I think the natural place for that was particularly with that contextual issue, with that. But possibly we could have some contextual issue around the Lower Clutha scheme. I could, you know, make sure that we're cross-referencing it there.
The relevance of that second row in table 5 is to was to highlight why does the scheme exist at all. Okay. And the scheme exists largely because of that deposition within Lakes Roxburgh that occurred pre-Clyde Dam. So, you know, why do we have a scheme there at all? And it's sort of the principal driver, if you like.
Painting a bit of a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, my next, through the chair, next question I had was under third-party infrastructure. Last bullet point there, Lindsay Creek. And it says some infrastructure along Lindsay Creek is owned, controlled and maintained by DCC and adjacent private landowners. So, and then it says DCC do not take ownership, control, or maintenance of the infrastructure. Because between year 1 and 3, there's suggestion that Lindsay Creek will get a bit of a focus. How does that work with the private ownership of, and I assume these are like culverts that go across the Lindsay Creek? So I'm just trying to understand, if you were to undertake some flood and drainage enhancement of the Lindsay Creek, you would be wanting to have the ability to deal with adjacent private landowners' infrastructure that is either across, around, or whatever of Lindsay Creek. So I just wanted to understand how that all aligns with what's said about third-party infrastructure. Still makes sense?
Yes, I think so. I'll start and then you can steer me. The reason we included that, the reality of areas like Lindsay Creek, where they are, you know, an urban waterway, is we will have this interface of third-party infrastructure. So what our strategy does is, by noting it, it contemplates that we are going to have engagement and obviously consultation with that. As you know, that we actually have had previous acquisition along Lindsay Creek. So I wouldn't think of Lindsay Creek as, you know, top to bottom. It's sections along Lindsay Creek that we would be potentially looking at.
And the final question is the second last bullet point on 2.3 third-party infrastructure, Karitoni Estuary Rockpool abandoned. Are you able to describe to me who abandoned it? It's not a trick question.
I will start this, and my learned general manager might join me.
And you understand why I'm asking the question?
Yes, I do. Look, we have what we call quite a few assets across Otago that are of origin unknown. And these assets potentially could have come from catchment days, didn't get officially handed over into regional council as we know it, or they might have been privately owned, or they might have been built by, you know, other parties that don't sort of officially fall into our asset management records. So we have another program of doing what we call asset verification, which you've probably heard us talk about it. That's why we put you know, it's abandoned. But technically the Crown doc would possibly look at that ownership. There is a process to go through for that to be verified. And there are a number of structures like that.
Sounds like another long neck ruling.
Yeah, there's a lot of history with some of these structures, but I think by having that in here, we're recognising, you know, that there are a lot of scenarios like this across Otago. Yeah. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I mean, local knowledge would suggest that. I mean, it was built for a reason. It was a trading wall.
Absolutely.
Predict the bank and
absolutely
it sort of fits into the river management sort of area.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
There was Councillor Mepham next.
Yeah, just on page 29 or 51 of the infrastructure strategy, it's the page that's talking about land use change. You've got a table there, and you've got preferred options. You've got one crossed out already in red, which is a bit like the multi-choice question that has got the obvious one that you don't take. So that's there. That's reactive approach to development and associated land use. But these other ones, you talk about land use change as being a tool. Now, are there areas that are identified already that may be identified for change, land change, within the infrastructure strategy? That's one question. The other one is in relation to the South Dunedin futures, where we're talking about buying up, well, potentially buying up properties and rechanging their land use. Forbury Park stands out as a really good opportunity to do something initially with a land use change. But for some reason I'm aware of it can't happen this year or next. So what's the timing? Have you got anything identified for land use change at all? And what's the process?
Maybe I could answer the second question first. On South Dunedin, we've made no provision for this council doing anything in South Dunedin in respect of infrastructure at this time, because as we've heard previously, there's a whole lot of work to be done around what it even looks like, and then there's a whole conversation around who would own infrastructure and whether this council would do that. So at the moment, this is silent on any of that to do with South Dunedin.
Isn't it obvious though that Forbury Park is a great example? It's for sale. It's a great example of an opportunity to do something significantly without actually having to wait for some plan that's going to turn up in 3 or 4 years' time. I mean, how do we do anything about that? I mean, what's the process around that? We all have to agree, 12 of us agree to buy Forbury Park. Is that it? Is that what we do?
We should have a conversation with the DCC about it.
Appropriate thing to do at a governance level would be having a conversation with DCC governance, and then get a considered agreement on what the respective governance bodies will ask their staff to do. It's a connected project, as in in terms of the partners involved, ourselves and DCC.
I understand that and the timing of it, but the opportunity is here, and the need is obvious, and we're not going to do anything. Yes, but I
agree with that 100%.
So
Yes, that's probably not, sorry.
It wasn't a question. No, sorry. Well, I have got questions here.
Yes.
I have got questions.
Somehow jumped in there, but. yeah.
Notice of motion.
Yeah.
Notice of motion, Tim.
It's a.
That we
Yeah,
buy
there are.
Forbury Park.
Notice of motion.
Different matter. Councillor Wilson.
Not on the spot. Not on the spot. but
No,
I will
no,
think
no.
about
Right,
it.
yeah, Councillor Wilson.
I didn't finish the first
No,
part.
you didn't.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. It's more probably a comment. Look, these are great questions, Councillor Mepham. It's not unique to Otago. We're facing this across all of our regional councils, right? Certainly the way that we've looked at those principal options and preferred options, obvious. The reason we have planning tools are very much things like engaging heavily in our future Dunedin strategies, etc., working through 2GP appeals and things like that. The other tools that we have, I guess, which our long-term plan and certainly our investment program, as we start to really delve at a far more granular level around our risk exposure and risk profile and overlaying that, is the key to that as well. To be able to say, you know, when you apply the para framework, which is why we're introducing that in here, and we will be applying that framework in the first, you know, in the next 10 years, is what does retreat and accommodate and protect options look like? I know that doesn't answer why don't we have large chunks of land in here flagged for acquisition or applying that. I think that's a consultative process that we need to sort of make that decision year to year as we get more information around this. There are some obvious areas, and the basic areas would be looking at our flood hazard overlays, you know, but it's going to take a method of treatments to look at the type of density that you've got and can that convert to more industrial versus heavily, you know, but as a strategy, we're indicating we have to leverage those tools to our maximum.
Thank you.
We do have some realignment projects and areas that we will be looking at, and particularly at the Lower Cleaver, the Pura is an example of one.
Thanks, Wilson.
I think it's good in the context of good to reflect that the previous infrastructure strategy we had, I think, was 4 pages long, and the difference that the relatively new team still have made to giving us, I think, what was a 76-page infrastructure strategy now going down to 66 pages, shows a transition that's happening right across the whole council, and Councillor Malcolm reflected on some of those changes earlier today. The reason I'm talking about that is there has been substantial change, but I think, and the question I had, my first question that sort of relates to the previous one is, we talk about protection, and I appreciate the MFE talk about that as one of the dynamic adaptation tools. But the pedant in me makes me really nervous of what assurance we're giving people when we talk about protection. We're mitigating for a risk, and we can't give a guaranteed that they are protected. And it really worries me that we continually use that word. We understand it in the context of para, but I don't know that people outside of this table understand that they're not necessarily protected. And until we actually give them something to be nervous about, they will continue to drive development possibly where it isn't right. We've had an interesting, and so I'm getting to a question, we've had an interesting discussion about dams, dangerous dams, and yet some of these walls could be in some ways dangerous dams in flood protection situations. So the question is, what does it mean? What does protection in here mean? And do we have to be clear about it, or I just don't want to continue to make people feel so comfortable that, as Anne possibly did in East Valley.
Thank you. And thanks for highlighting this. I probably could have given ourselves more benefit in the paper that this has been a significant change. I'm going to ask Pam to talk to this because she talked to this quite eloquently and has been part of the architectural change behind this in terms of talking about protection and mitigation.
Thank you.
So, Pam, if you would like to handle that one.
Is that a hospital pass?
So in relation to the infrastructure strategy, and I did a quick check on this before, the language in it has changed around protection mitigation. So where the schemes are called flood protection scheme, I've left them as flood protection scheme for the time being. However, where I talk about the purpose of the scheme or the overall function of what we do, I definitely use the word mitigation, and each of those, most of those sections around each scheme talks about the purpose of the scheme mitigating the risk of flooding. So yeah, we're doing a lot of work in that space to understand the risk, to be able to share it, but yeah, this is kind of that next step in terms of the strategy rather than just protection. We acknowledge protection when it comes to the para framework because the schemes were built with that. We've built a wall, we've built a flood bank. fits into that category. But yeah, with the language around it, the description around it is changing into that mitigation phase. And when we talk to the future, we do the same. Lindsay Creek, flood mitigation, and Middlemarch is the same. Yeah.
So I have two other questions and they all sort of interlink to that. So what I was surprised, when we talk about what we've got now, but we don't talk about what might become a problem. And one of this, because it's my favorite topic, it's not, is river management. We've got areas which possibly weren't flooding, but without river management, either of the trees or of the gravels or of the weed plants in the rivers, we have a risk of flooding. And we don't put that, we don't have infrastructure necessarily in there, but we've got a risk that goes with them. And probably more aligned to Tim's is, when would we bring something into this? I didn't see, and maybe I missed it. I'm sorry, we have had a lot of reading, especially those on audit and risk. Is there a way that how do we add something to our infrastructure strategy within the next 30 years or even within the next year, should we need it? But I possibly missed that, but they're both aligned, those questions.
Yeah, so I think we'll start in a couple of ways here, Councillor Wilson. If you could go to, sorry, I'm looking at this in council paper pages. If you go to the triangle, which is on page 317, absolutely what you're looking for is living in that technical. I've been talking and reading a lot myself lately, so apologies. That tactical band, that's where the river management plans are coming in. And it's no different to the asset management plans. So what you're talking about is an accelerated piece of work we're doing with our teams to develop these river management plans, okay? Now, they're linked also to the broader catchment work that we're doing with the environment, working with the environmental implementation team to make sure it complements and takes into account catchment action plans. But the information that you're talking about is wonderful because that lives in there, because that's where we implement it.
Okay, and then something to go into infrastructure because there is an issue that we can't deal with in any other way.
To sort of embed that into the infrastructure strategy a bit more.
So just pick on Moeraki, Kekanui. There's an issue there that's causing flooding. We actually can't deal with it by, say, digging out gravel. That's just not it. Or Edge Glenmilk is a wonderful example. That holding upon us to add a new piece of infrastructure. How do we do that within this? Is there, because you want to make sure there's consistency and we're not reinventing the wheel. Is there a way of adding things into the infrastructure strategy? Because we've sat with the current infrastructure for a long time.
So and Pam again will articulate a lot cleanly than me. We have included river management infrastructure and contextual issues in this infrastructure strategy for the first time. So if you had some ideas around where you'd like to see that strengthened, that would be very helpful. It doesn't have to be today.
No, it's more a mechanism that we know that actually that you may come back to us at some stage, or the communities may come back and say we're feeling very vulnerable, or it may be Dunedin. We actually think this is a job for ORC to add a new piece of infrastructure.
Oh, you're talking.
Yeah, and how does that happen?
We're talking about new.
Yeah,
sorry.
I think if you look at page 319, we are dealing with significant decisions and significant infrastructure. It's the really big stuff.
Yeah.
It's not like an asset specific. This doesn't constrain us in that situation. If we needed to put in a small piece of flood bank or do some armouring, we would, we can do that. That's more at a kind of a tactical level. If we were going to start to build a whole new Kakanui River scheme, that would probably trigger stuff that you would need to have identified at this level. So it's probably going to depend a little bit on scale.
Yeah, and it's okay.
Yeah.
And so I have asked more than my questions I had. The work program's not seen as
Sorry, and Pam just reminded me, Councillor Wilson, if you do go to diagram 8, page 359 of the paper, we do show an example of some of those decision points. But for some areas, but the strategy allows for that.
Right, sorry. And the last one is the work programs. I'm really glad to see them in there. And I can't find it because I've been going too far around here, that you've got actual lines over, yeah, which is great. It's the interaction with the people who pay and their understanding of how and what that actually means on the ground. And have you thought about mechanisms to either socialise that, so, or how we're going to, and you do excellent meetings out in the field, I get that, but we've talked in the past about liaison groups and things like that. How does this get delivered with comms with the community?
Pretty excited about this. So thank you. This is a good question.
I hope pull mine round.
This year, we've been working with the long-term plan project team, and we are looking, when the consultation document goes out, that there will be an interactive supplementary format that the people, the communities that know these areas can go and hover on either these investment diagrams or a map. And the information will come up, because ultimately it'll fall into our annual plans anyway. So we're actually doing a lot of work, and we've got some exciting communication progress in that space, because I've recognised that since the last long-term plan and annual plan to annual plan. So this year I'm hoping it will really provide that information at a sort of, Otago scale level. People that might live in Alexandra or North Otago can see the respective areas, know what that is, relate it back to the infrastructure strategy and the diagrams. So yeah, it's pretty
fabulous. Thank you very much.
Exciting.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. It's your turn.
Cool, thank you. Today we've had a report on South Dunedin. We're currently in the middle of the long-term plan process. And here and now we're talking about significant infrastructure. So I'd like to move the following motion. ORC Council, for ORC councillors and staff to meet with DCC councillors and staff to discuss Forbury Park opportunities. I agree with Councillor Methven. It's certainly a no-brainer to have this discussion. It's near the bottom of the bathtub. It's right on the coastal perimeter. So I put that motion.
Second.
Can I ask a question?
Is it?
It's relevant to the motion.
Yeah, okay.
Brian, before we discuss that issue, and I've got no problem with discussing it with the motion, I can't quite see that it's relevant to the issue here, which is an infrastructure policy or strategy that's to go out for consultation. So that's the first thing. So it doesn't seem to fit within that orbit. But the second thing is, I don't have a problem with you doing that, but the better time to do it would be as a notice of motion for the next council meeting. And then we might be able to get some staff input into that decision as well. I'm not opposed to what you're saying. I'm just saying to you that that would seem a better process, and then we would be better informed and able to come to the table with some background information. At the moment, we're just talking infrastructure policy to go and consult on, and you've gone to something specific. And if you were going to do that, then I'd probably want something around infrastructure and Cromwell or something like that, and we could be here all day adding stuff to consult on. So that's just why I'm
happy to
asking.
put that forward as a notice of motion for the next council meeting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're withdrawing that, which is good because it's about to get out the standing orders about things actually need to be on the paper, which is, so thanks for doing that.
So
Yep.
can I ask the CE then? So what are the steps?
I'll work on it after the meeting with you.
Sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, so where are we at? We're just still in questions and rounding off them. We've had quite a fair go of questions at this stage. So I think then, if somebody would like to move the recommendations or something else that's on this paper, that would be great. So Councillor Malcolm, are you doing that? Oh, you've got a question?
What I'm struggling with is some of the terminology in here, and even the terminology that has now come up, that we're talking about urban waterways and rural waterways, or certainly urban waterways has come up now. And I wonder if in the big scheme of things, if a waterway is a waterway is a waterway, and we just happen to come along and either populate around it or do things around it. But there seems to be, and when I look at page 360, which says we're going to possibly do something on the Leith historic walls, which is, we're down to possibly later on replace them probably with new ones, and then we're doing amenity stuff, which is all concrete, sounds like, and we're doing something, looking at proposing something on Lindsay's Creek, which seems to be probably on structures and doing things. Yet when we talk on what we're doing in rural waterways, which have around them private land, private infrastructure, public land and public infrastructure, we talk about allowing the river to do what it naturally does. So what I'd like to say is we either look at applying the rural waterway rule to urban waterways, or we look at putting the rules we're putting around urban waterways with rural waterways, because we should not be treating them differently. We should be assessing. Why do we treat them differently? Yeah, that's probably my question, really. And why aren't we treating these urban ones as natural and let them do? I mean, that may seem, yeah.
Okay, I can start. I don't, the infrastructure strategy isn't setting out rules. What it's just setting out are some options, and those options, particularly the ones you referred to, the Leith Lindsay, those options may and most definitely will be incorporating a method of solutions. Okay, so it's not a given that there will be concrete or things like that, because it won't necessarily work. So in when we've used urban or rural, it's largely based around where those waterways are more based geographically, as opposed to saying there's separate rules. It shouldn't read like it has rules, but I've made a note to check that. But I think what you're referring to also probably is also best supported in detail in our river management plans, which do apply principles of whether it's Te Manawatū or whatever. But we do have constraints in our urban environments. And what we try to do is look at the best way of conveying what conveyance looks like, as opposed to the other way of going, how do we make this an amenity and put some more concrete here? Because we need people to also adapt to it as well, not just sort of continue to live in an environment that continues to have a risk. But I will have a look at that, Councillor Malcolm, to see, I don't want it to feel like, sorry, it shouldn't be reading as there's separate rules. Okay.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson has agreed to move this. Does somebody want to second it?
I did have one more, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
Oh, and you wanted to speak too, sorry, Dr. Palmer, yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to go now, Kevin, and then we'll come back to Kevin, yeah.
I just wondered, in response to Councillor Law's request around the information, just so we're tidy, whether recommendation 2 was extended to include the words and inclusion of information on infrastructure insurance costs, because we've only talked about making editorial things. So I think it's a little bit more substantive, and just so that we are clear on our mandate to make changes.
Thank you. To that. That's what you, and Mover is happy with that. Sorry, back to the questions, and I'll come to a seconder.
Oh yeah, look, and is there a question here? Page 359, which is around the Waitaki area channel and riparian management, and your note at the bottom says that's around routine work within river management areas. So that's not infrastructure stuff, it's around channel work and riparian management. And looking in grey on the chart that you have there, there's 4.24 million spread over 10 years.
Sorry, I'm just getting to the page. Okay.
Yes, just before the lower Waitaki one, it's 4.240 in channel and riparian management. So my question there is, knowing that our river from the last two annual reports were at 49 and 51% of the work to be done up that way, where is the plan and where is the start of that plan, the start of that work happening at $424,000 per year? So where do I find that?
So that's in our LTP. The years 1 to 2, we talk about our FTE, we talk about the river management and the schemes in those details and the LTP build work. That isn't detail that's usually contained in the infrastructure strategy. Normally the information that we provide in here just relates to capital expenditure. But we have, because we know the community is very interested in looking at what those total costs might be over the year. But you raise a really good point. We are building our capacity in river management space. It's been an area that has been hard to fill across the sector, and those work programs will continue in earnest. And we have set out quite a lot in the LTP around our strategy, our plans, and the gravel management.
Okay, so somewhere in there'll be another plan.
Not within the infrastructure strategy.
No.
I would have a look back at the LTP build worksheets.
Well, I'm happy to take that offline.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So that's 4.240 million to be spent.
Over 10 years.
Yeah. Yep, Lloyd.
Yeah, I just got a quick one just on the triangle, page 317. Well, it's just quite general, because when you're developing our strategic, like infrastructure strategy or strategic direction, it seems to me that it's a wee bit of a top-down approach as opposed to involving our communities at the outset and their expectations of level of service or level of protections, or so it just seems to me that we sort of like flipped it up the wrong upside down.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, we do have consultation, don't we? So maybe it should say Otago strategic direction.
Yeah. Please don't look at the triangle, and I'm happy to look at a way that we can articulate that, but it isn't the way that information flows. It's really to show more the hierarchy of how our framework around our strategies and plans looks. So there absolutely is it's a two-way process through the consultation process, and how our staff actually engage regularly with how information is fed in.
So the consultation, is it a feedback or a submission?
It's part of the LTP consultation.
Yeah. Part of the overall long-term plan consultation.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's that supplementary access to having a more visual, interactive.
So the strategy will be part of the long-term plan communication stuff.
Yes.
Yep. Rightio. We need to keep going because we've got lots to do today.
Okay.
So we've got a mover here. Who wants to second? Councillor Somerville.
For that amendment.
Would you like to speak to it?
I will, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yes, I know
Thank
we're in a
you.
hurry,
No,
but I'm
that's
going to. This is a $30 million per year function of our council. It's huge. And I really want to thank the staff for what has over my 4 years on council been a vastly improved understanding of the assets, but also the river management that goes with this stuff. If this were bus services, we'd be communicating with our communities about what those bus services are at a really at quite a detailed level, and they'd know what they'd be getting for it. They'd also understand their performance and what it's going to look like at the end. I think it's really important that we're doing that, and so I'm delighted to see that we've got the work streams in there and we're consulting on those and what that means. It really requires fantastic engagement, and I look forward to, and I'm really thrilled with the responses to my questions on that. I'm hoping the delivery would be as great as I'm expecting. I am thrilled to see also the nature-based solutions being put in there, but albeit I think you're going to be challenged by the community to bring some of those forward, or that planning forward, because I think the community and the catchment groups are really looking into that space, especially with the regulatory framework and the integrated catchment stuff, looking at wetland reformation. And so I think we're going to be challenged, or the staff will be challenged to on how we're doing some of that stuff, but it's exciting. This is all about fundamental resilience. This infrastructure, it is all there about resilience, and the best engagement, the best responses we can to resilience is to have a really engaged community. That requires this, and I'm glad this is the first tranche of the LTP to be really confirmed for consultation. I'd love it to be going out sooner in some ways to take some of the weight off the long-term plan consultation at the other end. Because this isn't just about numbers, which will have some big numbers in there. It's also about the processes. So I just wanted to thank staff, commend staff for the work, and I'm really happy to see it. How the actual individual rates come out of this is going to be also a completely separate discussion, which each will inform itself. And that's why it's important to get some of the infrastructure embedded down before we understand how it's paid for.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else want to speak to this? Nope. Okay, well, I guess at this point it is important that the community does feedback into this process through the LTP. Those who are most affected do need to have a say, so that's an important part in the establishment of the strategy. And the other bit is that change is inherent, so we need to be able to adapt, and the strategy does do that as well through the framework. But also there's quite a lot of investment in understanding the infrastructure and what we need going forward, and that needs to be done with the communities as well. So there's quite a bit of a build, I would say, that goes on in the next 3 years towards quite a different approach, I would think, going forward. And yeah, we're investing in a lot of that information seeking phase as well. So that's going to be really crucial, and to gear us up to the next LTP beyond this one, I think, in a big way. So thanks heaps for everything that you've done bringing this together, and we'll genuinely consult through the LTP and it'll come back. So I'm going to put it then, all in favour, aye, against, carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good job. Nice. Yeah, it's a good one. 8.5 is ORC's strategic and community engagement, and we have Kate and also Amanda.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I just
double check with Andrea.
Yep.
Brilliant. Hi, Andrea.
Great, thank you. We'll hand over to Kate and Andrea to introduce this paper.
So this report signals an approach for ORC strategic and community engagement initiatives, integrating and aligning with evidence best practice across the globe, internal and external stakeholder feedback, and really embeds the commitments that ORC has made through the significance, engagement and Māori participation policy. Drawing on the compelling link between effective engagement and ORC's new strategic directions, the report highlights the pivotal role of engagement in fostering community wellbeing, connection and identity. It emphasizes the importance of effective engagement to deliver good, sustainable outcomes for a thriving environment and the cultivation of authentic, enduring relationships with people of Otago. The report introduces a series of current and planned work streams designed to elevate and harmonise the collective voice of ORC. These initiatives encompass an overarching framework and practice delivery model aimed at fortifying internal capacity and capability and enabling greater internal coordination and collaboration. In addition, it signals a roadmap for implementing mechanisms dedicated to cultivating more inclusive and equitable approaches in ORC's engagement.
And my apologies, I actually have just realised it's Kate's first time presenting to council, so I should have actually introduced her to the table. Sincere apologies for just throwing you in the deep end, Kate. We need Andrea in the room to maintain the protocols. So anyway, if I could introduce Kate. So Kate started at the Otago Regional Council in June? July. And so originally, you might recall, this role was a combined strategic engagement and iwi relationships partnerships role. We had struggled filling that. And then we got some funding from MFD, and so we were able to split those two roles. So Kate was appointed as Senior Advisor Strategic Engagement, and we've got a separate role around the iwi relationships piece. So it's wonderful to have Kate on board and all of this great work that's coming through as a result of having someone dedicated to this area. I guess the other thing I should have previewed is that engagement has come up to council a couple of times before. We had the paper late last year. We had approval from council to move forward with looking at an engagement framework. We had Bill come in and do the workshop earlier in the year. And then, as I explained by email earlier this week, we put that work on hold as we worked through the recruitment process for this role. And Kate starting in it and has led to this work continuing. So it's really great to have Kate, and apologies for not introducing you first.
Welcome, Kate. Yeah. Okay, so we have got Councillor Laws and Councillor Scott.
Questions?
Yep.
Diversity, equity and inclusion is as I understand, linked to organisations working to be more supportive of different groups in the community, specifically different races, ethnicities, religions, abilities, neurodiversities, genders and sexual orientations. Now that's the classic definition of DIE. When we've set this program up of improving community engagement, it was because we weren't engaging with just the community. This paper seems to go to the margins. We've got a problem talking to people who are the ordinary ratepayers of Otago. And I thought that this paper was going to be about improving the ordinary communication with the ordinary ratepayer.
The ordinary ratepayer.
The ordinary ratepayer, yeah. Rather than differentiating New Zealand, Otago, into different ethnicities, sexual orientations and the likes of that. We've got 225,000 people who live in the Otago region. We received only 580 submissions on the LWRP. That's pathetic. Now, we've got a problem talking to mainstream people in Otago. And this proposes, in actual fact, increasing staff numbers to go and talk to people that are perceived to be disadvantaged in the current communication process. Our problem is that we can't communicate with just your average ratepayer and that they are not engaged. And I understood that that was to be what we were talking about when we were talking about improving our communications policy. Did I misunderstand that?
It's quite a complicated question, that one. What's the question
well,
directly?
This is really aimed at including this is a sort of a woke response to increasing the diversity to the kind of people we're talking to. Our problem is that we're not even talking to the mainstream individuals, and this is a paper that DIE, diversity, equity, inclusion, is in actual fact aiming to talk to people who are perceived by some to be disadvantaged or underprivileged.
Through the chair, there is one part of this paper that talks about increasing DIA. However, this paper is really about creating a more cohesive framework for community engagement in general, so that, you know, to use your terminology, that includes your sort of typical ratepayer all the way through to the groups less heard and marginalized groups who we don't hear from on a regular basis. So it's really to enhance the approach so that we have internal capability and capacity to diversify our engagement reach across all populations in Otago.
Can I take you to 40 and 41?
Yep.
And they talk about incorporating diverse voices into decision-making process and then amplifying the voices of marginalized and less heard communities. Our problem is that we're not actually getting the response of a 60-year-old ratepayer from Cromwell, who is, if you like, sort of average or generic, or the 43-year-old working person in South Dunedin. It's though we're not engaging ordinary people into our decision-making process and communicating and getting communication back. Before we start worrying about trying to become, as I said, some sort of woke version of ourselves, it would be really nice to go and engage those sorts of people.
We've had this question, I think, so
that's why I'm asking.
thanks.
You know.
And so we might move on from unless you've got more further on that one.
Well, I guess it's just referring, if you look to paragraph 31, you know, those paragraphs above, it's talking about all the activities and the tools and the things that are being created to support organisational wide engagement. So as Kate said, the DEI stuff is a sub-component, and some of that has come from particularly the youth engagement piece, which we've heard from around the council table as being important, and something we do through Enviro Schools, but it's something we could do more of as well. So, but it is a sub part of the broader engagement work, which is designed to support all of ORC's engagement with exactly the type of things we're talking about, Councillor Wilson.
Hi, Councillor Scott, you're
Oh,
next.
actually, what I was thinking was that maybe a 60-year-old Cromwell is part of that diversity group, or not as dissociated from that diversity group as you might think. But that's not my question. The question is a specific question: is will there be a formal hearing panel in the long-term plan process? Is that a question I should be asking in this paper?
I think that is coming to next week. There is a communications plan paper for the LTP next week.
Cool.
Councillor Summer.
Thanks. Sections 29 to 34 describe a community engagement hub. I just wondered about a bit more detail on how you'd see that, what form it would take and how that would operate, what that means.
The hub is really just a sort of an overarching term for lots of good resources. It's an internal mechanism, lots of good resources all in one place for staff to be able to access. So there will be sort of framework resources which guide you through lots of how-to documents and templates to, planning your engagement, designing your engagement, implementing and reviewing. It will also have lots of kind of best practice elements in there. So it will be available to all staff. It will be hosted on something like our internal Tiaki site, and it will be pick up and go. So the idea being that someone who's had no prior experience or expertise in community engagement should be able to pick up these documents and really produce something that has a commonality with an ORC voice, and we were all sort of speaking the same language, and encourages and prompts things like diversity and methods for engagement and a diverse reach, and sort of enables everyone to be working towards something which is kind of cohesive within ORC.
And look, also councillors around here, many of them have many good community connections. How is that recognised?
So there's certainly going to be a lot of guidance around how to utilise councillors within engagement processes. And I think if we talk about the framework specifically, it's designed to prompt individuals to, designed to have prompt questions, if you like. And there'll be many touch points within the guidance which encourages ORC staff to consider the role of councillors in their communities and how to leverage that standing point to get access to those community relationships that they already have.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies.
Yeah, so with your hub, will that be, I'm assuming that'll be like a you'll have like a calendar or you've spoken to this stakeholder, whatever, blah, 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 and have your diary notes as to what you talked about. So is that what you're talking about? And then because one of the problems that you always find in consultation is you get to hear the noisy ones only and maybe not the bulk ones, like the ones out in the bottom. So is that the sort of thing you're talking about within this hub?
Through the chair, yes, it is. So we've got the hub, which is in its own right a capacity building resource, but also what's another element of that is an internal coordination tool, and that really will, you know, whether it's spatial mapping, whatever it looks like, it will serve the purpose to so that everybody within ORC can see, visualize what other engagement is happening across the region. Is that what you're asking?
Slightly different, Lloyd. There's a different edition coming through one of Robert's projects that he's touched on briefly on a customer relationship management tool, where we can start to capture all of these conversations that are happening. So if staff are going out, they're aware of what a customer may have said. So it's almost like that sort of record, and we can start to build a record of interactions with a specific person. So the combination of those two things, I think, will start to give us that picture.
Oh, yeah. I was probably looking at more stakeholder level than customer level.
The stakeholders will form a part of that, so there'll be sort of a really comprehensive history of engagement that's happened, so people have the backstory to it.
So is it about different ways of engaging, or more about consistency of engagement?
It'll be both. So there's going to be there'll be tools to diversify people's thinking in terms of methods of engagement, so different ways to engage. And actually, more often than not, people are already doing these things, but they just may not have a terminology to put to it, or you know, so rather than constantly just falling onto the same engagement methods, there'll be mechanisms within that. There'll be a big matrix which allows you to look at sort of your objectives and what type of engagement you want, and therefore, and then it will filter out lots of different methods that you could use for that engagement purpose.
Thank you.
No, Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, look, I would, look, hope it's good. I understand where you're going. I can see the reticence expressed that we're perhaps targeting specific areas, but in reality, when you write a paper, if you don't write those, people think that you've missed them out. But I mean, I call my community, which is embraces the whole breadth of everyone. So, you know, I understand why you've written that. The thing that I go to, and this is probably a letter. I will write this out and send it here in the form of a dart. CE. So number 48 under financial considerations. I would have thought that this was already a part of the function of our communication team anyway, and that I just wonder how, and in light of the previous paper we had on our efficiency review, where I wonder if that wording should be, the immediate wording there is additional FTE, and in light of the efficiency review that we're going to be doing in those recommendations that we're going to be looking at, perhaps that would be, we should be looking at these as resourcing initiatives, no problem, but the FDPT part, perhaps we should be looking after we've done that efficiency review. This is actually talking about enveloping everything around the whole organisation. So
it's a first thing I'd say is engagement is a different skill set to communication. They're two very different things, and we don't hold engagement resource, and we haven't within the council structure. This is about, you know, we've heard regularly that we need to be better at our engagement. Our communication's improving. We are getting better material out there. That team don't have the skill set to design and deliver engagement like we've seen through the land and water plan, and like we're currently designing for the long-term plan. We're having to bring people in to assist us with that. So this is about filling that capability gap within the organisation. In terms of the comment there, it is still up for discussion as part of that long-term plan, and whether we resource it with brand new FTEs or whether we look to use some operational expenditure and continue the process we're currently doing, where we bring it in as we need it for specific projects. But if we want to be consistent and we want to do it well, our view as staff and our recommendation within the long-term plan is that we need to invest in some resource to support the wider organisation.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Michael, and then I've got Alexa signaling.
We'll go,
she'd like
Alexa
to
can go
move.
first.
No, I'm certainly, I'd like to move it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No questions.
I'm struggling to deal with the engagement versus communications part you've just explained, Richard. I would have thought that we were employing on pretty good salaries communication staff who should have the ability to be able to communicate.
Yes, they do.
And therefore, why would you need to worry about engagement? If you just gave the specific example about the the drop-in sessions and things like that. You mean these people can't talk to people? You need people like that in addition to your staff? Because you've got 14 or 15 people in your comm staff now. And as my colleagues just pointed out, this paper seems to be suggesting that you need more people to do it, which I resist completely at the moment, but it doesn't matter. Why can't our comm staff do engagement?
Because it's a different skill set.
What's so different about it?
The development of engagement plans and the use of different engagement tools to connect with communities around Otago is different to putting material together in a way that can be received, which is just the written and visual communication pieces, so that they are separate things.
So they can't do presentations and things like that.
That's the answer.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, Alexa, do your.
Yeah, I'm really happy to move that.
So we'll have a seconder and then,
Have a
yep,
seconder.
Lloyd is seconding. And now, sorry, Alexa, if you'd
That's all
like to
right.
speak
I'd
to it.
just like to say that I support this because DEI strategies are known to improve community engagement, and they make for better creativity and innovation. They improve decision making, they build stronger communities, they encourage social responsibility, they promote ethical partnerships, and they encourage kindness and helpfulness in communities. And it makes very, very good sense. And in fact, I've got some papers on this if anybody does want to see academic journals on that stuff. I was thinking World Health Organization, better not go there. Of gathering communities around from the outside. So it can look a little marginal to start with, but actually that's what DEI engagement is about, is making it a place that everybody is welcome. And the issue that I've seen in our engagement so far is that only the ordinary 60-year-old ratepayer engages. For everybody else, it's not considered their area. And so I think this is a very, very good way to get engagement underway. And thank you very much. That's why I'm moving.
So people that old in common.
Okay, right, if you want to talk, you can, Michael, and then maybe Kevin.
Well, the only task that we ask for is how can we increase our engagement with the communities that we rate and have responsibility for. And I'm sorry, but I don't find this paper adequate in addressing that particular question. I see it going down some sort of woke wormhole and then trying to resource that. And at the moment, we seem to be failing our primary responsibility, which is just communicating to the region in total. I'm also concerned about, we keep on reporting this myth that stakeholders are somehow more important than ordinary people. It really irritates me. Stakeholders are just stakeholders. They're just people with vested interests who pursue and often paid in those vested interests to pursue them on behalf of whatever group, whether it's Fish and Game or anybody else. And they don't pay any more rates. In fact, organisationally, they don't pay any in comparison to the ordinary folk who live in Cromwell, South Dunedin, Belclutha or wherever, who do pay rates and who seem to be disenfranchised from the communication process because guess what? They're not a stakeholder. Oh yeah, they are. When you pay rates, you're a stakeholder. I'm disappointed with this paper. I won't be voting for it. I think diversity, equity, inclusion is just weasel words to bring some sort of woke agenda to the council. We need to stick to the basics of just being able to communicate with mainstream Otago folk. There has been no suggestion from any of the people that I've mentioned, the neurodiverse, different ethnicities, races, religions, abilities, genders or sexual orientations, that the ORC has been letting them down. Where's the complaints? there aren't any. We've gone looking for a problem that doesn't need a solution. I will be voting against this motion.
All right, Councillor Malcolm, did you want to talk? I wasn't
No,
sure if you did, sorry.
No, sorry.
Okay, anyone else want to? Councillor Wilson.
Just reflecting on this, I'm going to support this because I'm hopeful that it is going to make all of our communication and engagement better. I just want to reflect on one point that Michael did relate to, touched on, and it's one that I've also had input from someone who's read this paper, that they are concerned as someone who will be targeted a rate substantially probably, heaven knows how that's going to bear out in the long-term plan. There isn't that nuance about going to sector groups that do play a mighty part of the rates in certain areas and how that works. I appreciate that it's probably in there, but I think it's something we have to be very mindful of, that there are groups that pay substantially that we need to make sure we really ensure they do have a chance to speak to it. Otherwise they do get very fronted. And that in the past has certainly happened.
Oh, anyone else then? Councillor Sunwell.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good initiative because looking to engage more effectively with more people and including those diverse groups is an important part of the democratic process, and to try and reach groups. And I think, yeah, I think we can see where we have had engagement with certain groups who are usually there. There's a much bigger population of Otago. They have something to say, and it's up to us to get out to them, not just rely on them to come to us.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that I guess we're all about local people because we're local government, and it is our job to effectively engage with communities. If we're not doing that well, then we need to have a close look at ourselves. We want to be able to engage effectively, and to do that we need to recognise that there is diversity, and it's even so much as the fact that we are one of the largest regions in New Zealand. So we inherently have quite a bit of diversity, even geographically. So to say that, you know, a community in Tapanui is exactly the same as one in Oamaru would be wrong. So we do need to tailor our approaches, and also we would be wrong to say that engaging with a group of preschoolers in Enviro schools would be exactly the same as engaging with our colleagues at the DCC. It's
sorry, did you say they're the same?
No, they're quite different. So that's the type of diversity as well that we're talking about. We want to be inclusive. We don't want to exclude people. So I think that's really important. The other thing is that this is actually saying that we don't want to reinvent the wheel every time as well. So what is a really good recipe for engagement? So I think some of the things that others have said are exactly what's reflected here as well, that going out and creating a bespoke thing every single time doesn't necessarily increase our ability to engage, and also isn't necessarily as efficient as we could be as well. So yeah, I think it's all there. Thanks for bringing this to us, and it's great to have you with us as well, Kate. And yeah, I totally agree that communications and engagement are different skills. So thanks very much. We have the mover and the seconder, unless anyone else thought they would like to speak. We'll put it all in favour. Aye, against.
No.
Carried.
Recorded, please.
Thanks. Do you want it recorded, Gary?
Yep.
Okay. Was that a yes? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yep. Rightio. Next one. 8.6. Thanks, Kate.
Move option 2.
Yes, happy to second option 2.
Yeah. So we have Amanda as the report writer, thanks. Option 2 is around having all of the council working through a series of workshops together.
I'll second that.
We had a mover and a second.
Yeah, but it's already done.
Actually. Yeah. So we're open for discussion. Sorry, did you capture who the mover and the seconder was? Yeah, okay, so
No,
Kate,
Scott.
I'm just as well.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
No, we've got a mover and a
I
seconder.
don't know my question's being asked, I just want to move it on, so I don't.
I'm asking a question.
All right, quickly. Yep.
Okay. Can I take you to page 406? That's the plus or minus 10% rule 2023. I just want to clarify the figures as they are there. So, and it's not in this representation or this type. You're saying currently that the population of Dunstan constituency is 78,800?
So this is the data that electionsnewzealand.com
Yep, yep,
provided through.
yep, no.
Yes, through the latest,
You
the-
just picked that up, okay.
Yep.
But the population of the Dunstan constituency is 78,800. But the population of the Dunedin constituency is 115,200. So the Dunstan constituency currently has 3 members, and the Dunedin constituency currently has 6. Correct? Right. And those are the population ratios. Those, I'm just wanting to confirm those figures because they seem extraordinary. Those are the figures that you've been provided, you believe them to be accurate?
yes, they've been provided by Statistics New Zealand, and we've used elections.com to prepare this information.
Thank you very, very much.
Councillor Wilson, did you want to speak to your motion then?
No.
Yep.
I will say thank you to the staff for the report. It was a very good workshop. I think we've got some really gnarly issues to ensure that we get representation. And I'm thrilled because I'm sure I remembered reading it, that one of the issues to be addressed is the amount of mileage that people have to go. But I think it's also really important to remember that we've chosen STV at the moment. I don't think that's been challenged. And in which case, if we're going to make the most of being an STV, we have to make sure that as much as makes sense in the constituencies that they have more than one person representing those, otherwise STV does not work. So.
Well,
So we're going to discuss what's happening in this working group now.
Right, yep, Kate's debating, yep, and then.
This is second, I'd just like to say, look, I'm normally a fan of councillor working groups, but this is not an appropriate time to have a councillor working group. We need to be at arm's length, say our view and have an independent group doing the.
Councillor Laws,
Can I say-
have you finished
Can I answer
speaking, Councillor Scott, and we're in debate.
Here we are in debate. Can I answer Scott and say, listen, you're going to be making the final decision anyhow, Brian.
Not in the back room.
No, we're in debate.
No. What I'm trying to say, no, just to answer your question, you're going to be making the final decision.
Yeah.
So the final decision will be made by the 12 people, all of whom has vested interest, and yes, you're right, we do. But we'll still be but we can equally have a workshop in open session as well, and we should, obviously. I hope you bring the same alacrity on that issue to the next issue of the council excluded agenda. But just quietly, we can have the workshop, and if it's the aim of the chair to have the.
Did you just say what I thought?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, right.
I heard it too.
So there you go. All I say is you're well overrepresented here, sport.
Right.
And we're only talking about
We've got to get rid of
option
these Dunedin amendments.
Debate through the chair rather than two, Councillor
Somebody's
Scott,
done
that'd
most
be
of them.
awesome.
You haven't got-
Anyone else like to enter the debate? No,
This is proof.
fantastic.
the motion.
We will put the motion, all in favour, aye, against, carried. Thank you for the report, Amanda. Okay, we got up to the resolutions now from previous committees. So first one is Environmental Implementation Committee. So yeah, we just need to adopt those resolutions. Somebody care to move
Can I
that?
just a point of clarification around these recommendations? If we approve these recommendations in this meeting, they're approved, they're finalised, right? we've got some recommendations that are actually part of our long-term plan and public transport that are now sitting here in this paper. So they should be included in the long-term plan discussion and.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what,
I'm talking,
the second one,
The second
so we're
one.
on 9.1
and the second one is dropping
yeah.
the bus rate down 50 cents.
Yeah, okay, we're on the first one.
Do you want to answer that question now, even though we're talking about the first one? So that's around inclusion in the regional land transport plan, which is the process we have to go through to ensure we can get Waka funding, co-funding for any public transport service. So it's, and the paper was very clear that that's a separate decision to the decision that needs to be made for the long-term plan. But for the purposes of the business case and the regional land transport plan, that was the recommendation that came out of that business case. So it isn't committing us to any long-term plan spending.
It looks like it though.
Yeah.
So,
regional land transport plan is a different thing. So
Okay, we'll go back to 9.1 then. Environmental Implementation Committee. Moving Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor Forbes, all in favour, aye, against, carried. Next one is Public and Active Transport, as we've just discussed. Councillor Forbes is moving. Councillor Somerville seconded. Is this a discussion? Yep. Okay, or question? Yep.
Oh, discussion, yeah. This dropping the bus fare from $2 to 50 cents makes no economic sense at all. 73% of our patrons are happy to pay $2. This is a $5 million public transport experiment that will benefit between 4 and 8% of the ratepayers of Dunedin. I will not support this without proper discussion and proper process around it.
So for clarity again, that paper to allow a debate and a preferred option for consultative community is coming to the council meeting next Wednesday. This was purely for the purposes of lodging something within the regional land transport process, which is a Waka process, to ensure that whatever decision council chooses at the end of the long-term plan process, we can generate co-funding from Waka, because without it, we don't get anything.
Yeah, so it just doesn't make sense the way
it's
the process.
That's the process with the National Land Transport Fund and LTP is not quite meshing. We have to go through that process. So I just want to make it clear for the record that this is not a long-term plan, and there is absolutely still the opportunity next week for council to debate what the preferred option around fares and frequencies are for the Dunedin public transport network.
Councillor Malcolm.
Just a point of clarity from Councillor Methven for my clarity. Did he mean to say 4.8% of our population or 4.8% of our ratepayers, which he said?
4 to 8% of our population. Ratepayers use the buses. That's the statistic that we've been given.
It's of our population.
So sorry, 4% is the 4% of our Dunedin and Queenstown population. Yes,
thank you.
Using the buses.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Councillor Malcolm. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else want to say anything?
How do I get in there to get that out?
You wait to the end of the
Councillor
meeting. I share some of the concerns that Councillor Methven has, but for the purposes of this planning, if we don't put the money in and ask Whakatahi whether they will part fund it, we can't go the other way. If we're going at $2, we can't then ask for at $1. And it's better to take the conservative approach, put it in and see what we can get, and then make that decision, because implementation actually does come later.
Can we clarify it to that extent? I
Also
agree.
based on the business case. Yeah.
The way this is, sorry.
Yeah.
The way this is written is confusing. And
Okay.
your explanation, Richard, I know it's genuine, it doesn't help in a way.
I'll maybe take it offline after this because I can explain it. This is the motion and it is very clear about the purpose of the regional land transport plan, but I can work through that and just make sure that it's understood. Happy to do that.
Okay. Right, so I'm gonna put this, all in favour, aye, against. Okay, carried. Oh, you don't need to record it, yeah. It didn't ask to be recorded. Okay, so, right, we are up to completion of the public part of this, except for I would like to move that we go into public excluded for the reasons that are noted there. Somebody like to second that? Councillor McCall, all in favour?
Can I speak to it, please?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have on my paper, you may all have section 2.3. So I have on my paper that I have been provided 2.1 and 2.2, but I don't have a 2.3. Do you have it? Yep. Okay, well, it's not on the papers that are provided to me. As to the reasons why, so what I've got as to why this matter is excluded.
Okay, do you need to see them now then?
Well, obviously, I mean, I've been provided by council papers, it gives no reason why. Can I also, and I've said this before, but I'll direct it without seeking to upset you too much. The matters 2.1 and 2.2 do not identify what the issues are that council is going into private over. The first one, 2.1, is we tell the public Port Otago resolution in lieu of annual shareholders meeting. That's not why we're going into private. And 2.2 is property resolutions. But in actual fact, it's to do with something completely different. It's to do with the sale of council property. Why would we be so prepared to mislead the public as to why this council is considering this privacy motion? That's the first. The second thing is because I can't talk because it has been excluded from it, I can't say why I wanted to oppose 2.1 because apparently I'll be in breach of confidence. But in actual fact, it's the appointment of something. Or it must be somebody if I read between the lines. Why would we exclude that information from the public? Now, I can't tell you what that subject is, but it's really not very important in the scheme of things. And on 2.2 property resolutions, is that deliberately misleading? Are we deliberately seeking to obfuscate? When we know what it's to do with, and what's the commercial confidentiality involved in that? There is none. Nobody's going to be gaining a commercial advantage from 2.2. And on 2.1, we're about to commit a large sum of money and make a significant appointment without actually informing anybody what it's about. I'm sorry, but do we not get the message that the role of local government is to be open and transparent? And we are deliberately now getting worse, not better, in the way in which we handle these issues. I've discussed this with you, Chair, in the last week, but this is going another step. So that's why I can't support these motions, because they are neither open nor transparent. And in both cases, I don't believe that they are worthy of going into private anyhow. But I do ask the Chief Executive, who is apparently responsible for the agenda on these sorts of issues, if in retrospect, you look at those two items and can honestly state that we are honestly telling the ratepayers and residents of Otago why we are going into confidence in the next 30 seconds.
Questions for debate motion.
Yep.
Look, I believe in transparency as well, and I'm just trying to get my head around what the particular issues of concern are. And I suspect is it generally, around the port, do they expect a certain amount of confidentiality in their business? And there is a CV there and stuff like that.
You can't actually discuss what we're going to talk about because we're not.
So-
Yeah, that's right.
I can say that. There's nothing I've said that's unusual. A person's CV in a business, I can say anything wrong.
All right. Well, I think at this point, Council Laws has a chance to
I've
raise
said my
the
bit. I've
issues.
raised
Yeah,
the issues,
that's good.
yes.
Yeah. Standing orders also say something around if you've got some questions, it's good to have raised them with the staff or CE in advance of a meeting so that they can be prepared. And I think in terms of good governance, it is worth noting that if you've got a significant question, it's really good to have brought that so that that can come along and be prepared. However, in this instance, we've got a mover, we've got a seconder, we've had debate, so I'm going to put it all in favour. Aye. Against?
No. And please note mine. You're saying no as well.
Okay. 2 noes, everyone else is for, I think. So we've got 2 that want noted as well. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. So we're just finishing recording, sorry, yeah. Oh, sure, yeah. And yes, we're just talking about the order of the agenda to suit the people that are here.